All right, peace and blessings, peace and blessings. Assalamu alaikum, shalom, welcome, 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 everyone. We are live. We are live. And our topic today, the Exodus, seeking sanctuary on the motherland. And, this is going to be a very big topic. We probably will not be able to finish it all in one sitting. We may need to come back and have a part two, maybe even a part three. And so before we even get into that, I think it's necessary to talk about Pan-Africanism. What is Pan-Africanism? Is it a viable solution? What is it about? So we're going to start with Brother Isaiah. Brother Isaiah.
Yeah.
Africanism. What is it?
My own definition would be Pan-Africanism, which is probably a branch of the Africanism that people would probably do on the continent, which is what they're trying to do now, making it a unified continent with no border, because there was never any border before the I forget the name of that, where the European power came in and carved up Africa. Mm-hmm. But now we're seeing the push for Pan-Africanism, which I truly will believe will happen once the Africanism takes place under Traore or whoever it may be. It's going to be a game-changing political and economic, geopolitical power play that as a unit, as a unified continent, the black man's voice cannot be shut down or ignored. It must be obeyed, period. Not like would you like to follow? It must be obeyed. Otherwise, the resources and everything that's on the continent and worldwide, because to me, Africa begins and ends at the four corners of the world. We're everywhere. So that's my definition. I'll throw it back at you.
What did you say? You said Africa ends and begins at the four corners of the world.
Yeah.
Could you explain that real quick?
Yeah. Africa begins and ends at the four corners of the world, which is north, south, east, and west. We're everywhere.
Okay. Perfect. I want to welcome Earthman to the program. Peace and blessings, Earthman. We are glad you're here. Sister Cassie, Pan-Africanism. What is that to you?
Ooh, unity. Unity. It's us coming together. It's Black folk as a whole coming together, not with Africa and America, just coming together, learning and growing, learning from each other, because they got stuff to teach us. We got stuff we can teach them. It's us coming together as one. You're going to have some coons. You got that here and there. But the ones, the like-minded people that want to come together and grow, that's what it's about. It's about loving on each other and growing and healing, because we have a lot of healing that needs to be done, because you got Black folks say, I'm not African and da-da-da. But it's coming together and us understanding the differences and us understanding that, yes, you grew up like this. I grew up like this. This is your belief. This is my belief. So how do we come together and build in spite of what we believe? How do we build? How do we come against them? Because they together. Some folk, they doing it, right? But making sure that we're building what we need to survive for the future. That's what it's about for me. I don't care what they believe. I don't care what they do. As long as we can build together, we don't do the LGBT thing, as long as we're coming together for growth and for life, to build, to live for the future.
Okay, perfect. Well, both of y'all are on the same scale or same understanding with Pan-Africanism, and I'm on the same scale, but I'll read to you what they have as Pan-Africanism. They says Pan-Africanism is a belief that people of African descent have common interests and should be unified. It is a sentiment that people of African descent have a great deal in common, a fact that deserves notice and even celebration. Pan-Africanism idea first began to circulate in the mid-19th century in the United States, led by Africans from the Western Hemisphere. Pan-Africanism has often taken the shape of political or cultural movement. It is a worldwide movement affecting Africans in every part of the world. So would y'all agree with that definition? Okay. And would you also agree that Pan-Africanism, that idea started with us here in America, and we sent this idea out? Would y'all also
I
agree?
do believe that. I do believe, because we are the trendsetters. And we forget that sometimes. We don't understand the power that we possess. And a lot of countries are looking at us. So we got to get our shit together. We got to walk this thing. We got to walk it the way we want other people to do it, because they're watching us. And if we acting a fool over here, guess what? They're going to pick it up and they're going to start doing it. They're watching us. They're watching us, how we come together and build. So we start building and doing it the right way, then it's going to catch on globally. And that's what we wanted to do. So what is it that we need to do now to build this thing up to where it's globally growing across the country, across the nation, of how Black folk, morally, how we should look, how we come together as brothers and sisters. You hit me, I hit you, you hit my brother, I'm coming, and we're gonna, stand with one another. So yes, I believe that, yeah, we started it.
Okay. And now y'all, both of y'all are aware of the Pan-African Parliament, right?
Go into more details as far as.
So the Pan-African Parliament is a legislative body. Let me see if I can. So and I did attempt to join. I sent my little email and stuff like that. But they told me I had to be an official of a country before they would allow me to join in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this is the Pan-African Parliament under the African Union. And they meet often. Let's see.
When they meet, can visitors come and meet and sit amongst them to hear what they're saying, or no? Can
leaders come and sit?
Well, visitors, like for instance yourself, when you're, you are a leader. Okay, you're not just it's not about being a national leader. It's the leader of B1. So you are a leader,
right?
A leader that. So my thing is, could you come and just sit and listen to see where they're going with the, how they really feel, and hear the secrets, because behind the door, behind the walls, there's secrets. Can someone come in just to sit as a visitor?
That is a really good question.
Because you are a leader for real. You just exactly. Not, head of a state. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And that's a really good question. I guess I'm gonna have to send them an email and find that answer out.
Yeah. You tell them I am a group. I am a leader of B1. And you explain what you stand for. Just like the Black Panthers. Okay. They was a group, right? America may not have agreed on what kind of group, but we Black first. We are B1 first, and we have to explain to them what that means. We have a Black mindset. We want the best for our people. We want to work for our people and do things for our people. They used to, so you have to maybe go into a little bit more details as far as what kind of leader you are, because you got your own group. You got B1. I mean, you got it. You are a leader. What kind of leader? Let them explain to you what kind of leaders they're looking for. You want somebody that's sold out? Do you want somebody that's going to, think for Black people and have Black folk interests at heart? Or you want somebody that's coning out?
Exactly. But this is as we can see in the picture, this is their meeting room. Okay. And it says the Pan-African Parliament was established in March of 2004 by Article 17 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union as one of the 9 organs provided for in the treaty establishing the African Economic Community signed in Nigeria in 1991. The protocol establishing the Pan-African Parliament was ratified by 49 member states. So it's 55 countries in Africa, but out of that 55, only 49 have agreed to join in. Let's see, the total number of members of the PAP is 275. Article 4 of the protocol establishing the PAP, the Pan-African Parliament, requires that each national parliament be represented by 5 members, at least one of whom must be a woman. The representation of each member state must reflect the diversity of the political opinions in each national parliament or deliberative organ, according to Article 5 of the same protocol. The Pan-African parliamentarians are elected or designated by the national parliaments of member states. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament is informed by a vision to provide a common platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to be more involved in discussion and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. The seat of the parliament is in Midrand, South Africa. The African parliamentarians represent all of the peoples of Africa. The aim of the Pan-African Parliament is to evolve into an institution with full legislative powers, whose members are elected by universal adult suffrage. Very, very interesting. Let's see, the powers of the parliament. The functions and powers of the PAP are defined by Article 11 of the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament. 1 is to examine, discuss, or express an opinion on any matter, either on its own initiative or at the request of the Assembly or other policy organs, and make recommendations it may deem fit relating to, inter alia, matters pertaining to respect of human rights, the consolidation of democratic institutions, and the culture of democracy, as well as the promotion, good governance, and rule of law. So that's part 1. Is there any question or anything about that?
So what have they been doing all this time? How come we don't see any changes in Africa? If you have this parliament, it's supposed to be a black parliament, right? Why don't we see any changes, huge changes over the years? They've been in existence since 2004. That's 20 years. So what are you doing?
I think it lacks power.
It lacks a lot of it lacks everything. I'm just saying they need some balls. They have people that don't have balls on the board. So you want to stick to the old same old, but I don't see no movement. I still see the raggedy roads. I still see, a whole lot of presidents. They say Ghana president, the one that just left, you have a new one, right? They said that man got gone in such a deep hole. They had a return in 2020, was it 2020, I think, before COVID happened, or like 2018 or something like that. They had the year return, right? We bought so much money to the continent, and now there's so many billions in the hole right now. They said that man left them in ruins, stealing all that money, and can't even tell where. You don't see it going to the people. You don't see the roads. You don't see the hospitals. You see absolutely nothing. All of those leaders. Now you got a new leader that has partnered up with Burkina Faso. So I think he's going to watch how he did stuff. And I do believe if you have, and then they was talking about making him the president, Burkina Faso, making him the president of all of Africa. I think that's going to be an issue because you got a lot of black folk, a lot of jealousy and some other things. So I don't know if that's going to happen. You know, hopefully it will, because I think he'll be good for it. But you got a lot of crazy stuff going on and no changes. You got a whole group, but what are you doing for black people? You're just like the leaders here in America. We got the Black Caucus, but what do? You got 275, you got 49 members, but 275. I heard that number 275. Who are they? How do they get to be a part of it? And what are they doing? I don't see what they're supposed to be doing. Aren't we supposed to be freeing, bringing Africa together, get rid of the visas, two communications, do the schools? We're supposed to be seeing some changes, positive changes for black people. We don't see that. Why? Does that group, do we even need that group? If you're not going to see positive changes, maybe we need another group. So the Americans coming over, maybe we need our own group, another group, because we are going back over there. Excuse me. You got a lot of black folk right now that are living there now. So can we create another group, and maybe, get some changes going, something, because you got a whole group, Pan-Africanism parliaments. And I was trying to see if Julius Malema was a part of that. And he's not. He's with I think claims that the ANCs are, I don't know. I'm trying to find out if he a part of that, and I don't see you there. He is. So
he is, because he was there speaking.
Oh, okay. He is there. Okay.
Yeah, he was there. He got his chair and all that.
Okay. There. Well, even with that, you come on now. You say for the people. Well, why aren't you fussing about why don't I see changes? How much money is he getting? Why are we not seeing changes to Africa for the whole? The roads, the building up of the infrastructure. It still shouldn't be darkness in Africa for 2 hours. If France got lights and you're giving money to France and they can have lights off of you, but you sit up here in the dark. What kind of what are we doing here? What is the Pan-Africanism saying anything about that? They giving so much money to France. They were, so we need to see some changes. It's not just a name only.
Plan for 2019 to 2023.
Okay.
Let's check that and see what did they accomplish.
Okay.
In this plan.
What was the plan? We need to talk. What was the plan? Is there details as far as that plan? Okay.
Yeah, it should be.
One Africa, one voice. How long does it take for One Africa? You've been doing this since 2019, and it's you've really been doing this since 2004. So we should see One Africa already. Why are we still saying, planning for One Africa? When's it going to take place? This 2025. So that's been 25, 27. It's been a while. And we don't see One Africa yet. Well, how long is it going to take to make One Africa? And how are we going to make that One Africa? Are we talking about the schools? You talking about medical? You talking about what? When we talking about making One Africa, it don't take 25 years to get to One Africa.
No.
It don't even take 20 years. We've been working on this for a long time, and we've not made it yet. What's the problem? Even this, 2000? Even with that, come on. It's been in operation, 2004? It's 2025. That's 21 years. And we're still talking about One Africa? How long we've been talking about One Africa? When we're going to see some action?
Well, this is what it says up here. It says that the strategic plan for 2019 to 2023 is further motivated by the theory of change, reflecting the time-wise planned aspiration and commitment of the Pan-African Parliament stakeholders for a determined change amid at shifting the status quo to a heavily visible, relevant, and well-achieving organ of the African Union. The theory of change is garnered towards achieving the declared African Union commitments for a continent where the voices of African people are mainstreamed into its functions and business purposes to promote popular participation and representation of the African peoples in decision-making, good governance, representation, oversight, accountability, and transparency. The strategic plan for 2019-2023 aims to achieve the following specific time-bound strategic objectives. One, or they got four actually, strengthening parliamentary functions of the Pan-African Parliament, strengthening partnership, coordination, outreach, and institutional capacity of the Pan-African Parliament, promoting human rights and shared values of the African Union, strengthening research, learning, and sharing knowledge, management, communication, and advocacy of the Pan-African Parliament.
Do we see any of that?
Not that I can see.
It's 2025, so they're late. So where are we standing on 2020? So we extending it to 2030? I mean, why are we extending it to 20 anything if we've not seen anything? You've had what? You 2 years behind. So can we dissolve that or get some new members? Because those members aren't doing anything. So why are we keeping people in the parliament for 20 some years with no change? What's going on here? Let's get some people in there that's ready to move, ready to do some things. So all of those members, we're going to let you have a seat, and we're going to bring members like Cassie, Maurice, Isaiah, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, okay, Coast, Ivory Coast. Those we can do with at least the 8 members right now. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to move something forward. They telling you can't join, but you ain't doing nothing. So why not? Why can't I join?
Exactly.
I don't see them doing anything.
It also produces a question that I wonder, and love to get y'all input on it. But do you think America is hindering them from making this a reality?
Absolutely.
Is America, is the EU?
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, absolutely. Because they're afraid every time they try to do something. The man, like I told you, Burkina Faso, that man, they tried to kill him over 20 times, but it's our time, so they can't kill him. Okay. But I believe that America still has their hand too much. It's not just America. I think it's the France. I think it's the French, Britain, and America. I think all of them still have their hands too much in Africa. So that's why that's stopping a whole lot of flow, because people don't like change. And even if you are trying to change your country, if you've seen your other leaders get killed trying to do that, do I really want to do that? I'm going to just collect the money. I'm good. My family is good. And I'm just going to, not die. Okay, well, if you were that afraid, then maybe you should sit down. Let's get some leaders in there, some young folk, because we got a lot of young folk. We need some new blood. That's what I want to say. We need new blood, some younger people that's ready to, because I think Burkina Faso, that man is 34. I think he's not that old. He's in his 30s. I think that's what we need. We need some new blood that's not afraid. And let's get together with him to see what he's doing in his country to live, and let's spread it abroad. Let's make it happen. Let's set the same tone in each and every country. Now, if you're afraid, then you have a seat. We'll cut you. We'll break your little bread every now and then. But let the people that's about the business, that's not afraid to die, let's let them do what needs to be done. Because it's time for Africa to look, and it's time for us to see. I mean, Burkina Faso, if you look, he's building that country up like crazy. I mean, every day you see something. You can pull him up. Every day you're seeing him, hospitals. He bought all these tractors for the farmers so they can plant wheat, and you have an area for fishing. He's given aid. He stopped U.S. aid from even doing anything in his part. So he's given aid to the different countries in Africa. So he's doing a lot, okay, every day. So, and he's been in office, been a president, and they're trying to extend it. But if he can do that in such a short time, why is it taking 24 years and 25 years, and we still don't see half of what he's done in a matter of months? So something's wrong somewhere. Something's wrong.
Exactly. And it's
so sound like it's about title, but not about doing nothing. It's just, we're going to just pay them just to act like we're doing something. We just, France gave them a letter of independence. Why you got to give me a letter, but you still got your hand in there so it can make it look good? But we still gonna keep our hand over here. Get the hell out. Get out. Bye. Toodle. Have a good one. Africa's still, going dark sometimes. I mean, we were there. I think we went dark once, but and that was in Kenya. But any other time we didn't. But we need to see some progress. If you have that Pan-African Parliament, we need some progress.
Definitely do. Definitely do. I think that is definitely a good start, but to be operating for all these years and really haven't produced anything.
Time to unproduce. Time to sit down. You've been sitting. Let's move you out the way. And you've retired. We're gonna retire them. And we're gonna bring on some young folk with some great ideas. Or at least have our ideas already. This is the main thing. We want the education system redone. Okay. We want the financial part of it redone. We want more of that money to go into the people, roads, housing. Because, I mean, we could do housing, medical, farming, fishery, wheat, corn. We can do all of that in Africa and support our own. You got land there. Why aren't you using it? There's so much land in the land of the milk and honey. Why are you needing aid? Why are you needing to be fed? Stop taking foreign anything. No more loans. No more nothing. Show me what you've done with the loans we've given you, and let's produce some our own fishing. He had it bought it. Burkina Faso bought all that fishing, and he's doing the wheat. He's doing everything for the aid of Africa. So every country should be doing this. There should not be anybody hungry in Africa. It's the land of the milk and honey. Do you hear me? So why are we hungry? Why are our roads looking crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't see the big bellies with the flies. We shouldn't be seeing that.
Exactly. And I think that is a really, really big problem that that has to be destroyed.
Right. That's why we need some new mindsets in there. The older people, I don't believe it's about growing. It's not about moving forward. It's about remaining, keeping the status quo. They don't know. They're still way back in the day. You had a guy that was standing up who got, I guess they quieted him, one of the congressmen or whatever. And he was talking about taking it. We're going to do what we did in the 60s. No, we're not doing that. This is 2024, sweetheart. It's time. You have a seat and let's do some new things. We're not doing what we did in the 60s for 2024, 2025.
Exactly.
So he was too old to move forward. And I do believe that older people are just too old to move forward. After a certain age, have a seat. We'll pay your retirement, and let's get some young folk. That's got some bright ideas, better ideas, that's ready to move this country forward, or at least Black folk forward. Exactly.
When we look at the reasoning, because we titled the program "The Exodus." Seeking sanctuary on the motherland. When we think about the title or the word sanctuary, what comes to your mind?
Safety. We're seeking safety. We're seeking fairness. We're seeking equality. We're seeking that, hey, let us come there, so we can build there. Because this is time. Because what I see now is some things put in place. You talk about the KKK getting ready to have their meetings. You see in other advertisement where these white folk getting ready for what they call a civil war, but I don't believe it's going to be about us. It's going to be about them, because we're not going through that again. No, we're not doing that. They fought their cousins in the first civil war, North and South, remember? So let them fight their civil war, okay? Which is coming, because I see it is coming every day. I'm looking forward to pop off any day now. I believe that now it is time for us to do our exodus. We didn't do what we could here. This country is done. It's going down fast. I don't want to go down with the ship. I'm just saying. I don't believe in, on the Titanic, the captain said, we're going to go down with the ship. No, I'm not going down with the ship. Everybody off. Let's go now. Seriously, why am I going down with the ship when I can just get everybody off now? So hey, you see what's happening. You see what they said. Hey, you will own nothing, and you're gonna love it. And they're trying to get rid of the regular cars, bringing in their cars, 15-minute cities, a whole lot of stuff they're trying to do right now. Okay, we see where you're going. What are we gonna do about it? While they're going and doing what they do, what are we gonna do to counteract what they're doing, what they're putting in place even now? I think that thing that we got 2 years ago, that was a part of a bigger plan. A bigger plan as far as they're trying to, get rid of the cell phones, and it's going to be here now. They're trying to make you like a robot. That people don't understand the bigger picture of what they're trying to do. Okay, sanctuary, let's go. Time to go, family. Let them do what they're going to do on themselves. But for us, let's move forward. Sanctuary city means just that. Safety, a place of safety for us.
Okay, definitely. Brother Isaiah, your thoughts?
It's been a long road, you know what I mean? But, you can kill a revolutionary, Sankara, or others throughout the years. But one thing you can't kill is the will of the people. That is a definite thing that will outlast all of the killings and the disruptions and anything else that, the European power want to try to stop and do, because they cannot stop it. They can delay it. They can slow it down, whatever word you want to use. But in the end, just like Gaddafi said, Africa will rise and take over. That is a definite 100% truth that was spoken into the realm of possibilities that Gaddafi talked about. That sank deep. That seed, and damn, what's the name? Damn it, what's the name of the president of Burkina Faso? You know what I'm talking about. That laid into the mind, heart, and soul of his mentality, and he considered himself to be the second Sankara. You know what I mean? That must be fulfilled. That will, or Sankara, or all the, I can't remember the name of them. It is a fertile ground in the heart and soul of Africa. Now all of Africa want. Damn it, what's his name? Shit, I don't forget.
Who,
Yeah.
Traore?
Huh?
Traore?
Yeah, Traore, yeah. So it definitely is happening, and it might be slow in the beginning, but once that mindset takes root, as it has, like we talk on the show, it's going to be within the next 5 years. All of Africa will be united, and that would well. Let me take that back. Europe is already broke. America is just one step below that, or behind it, or whatever you want to call it. And it ain't gonna be long before. I mean, do you know how much wealth is in as much as they done stole? They ain't took but 1% of 1% of 1%, and they're constantly finding oil and gold and diamonds, and you can't stop us. You don't lost your motherfucking mind, white boy. You don't understand the mysticism, the magic behind all of this. It's way behind their understanding, man. And they try to hem and haw and slip from foot to foot and side to side and hemming and hawing, or however you say it. It's because white folks are scared, man. They done fucked up in so many ways. Now they finding out. Fuck around, find out. And they know that the black man is the only man that's going to be able to put their funky, shitty asses in their place once and for all. This is it. This is 3 strikes. One in Egypt, one in Greece and Rome, and now. It ain't going to be long. I can guarantee you. And that sort of Islam is on the neck of these motherfuckers. Islam and the Brotherhood of the Muslims, they're not playing. Mm-mm. You're not only killing them politically, economically, spiritually, but physically. They are literally chopping their fucking heads off. Enough is enough. We need to get this world back into the order in which we had it. Was it perfect? No. But it's a hell of a lot better than more peaceful than what we got right now. Because this white man's matrix has really fucked up everybody. Hedonism, depravity, sexual yeah, well that's part of the depravity. And the whole nine, man. It's just like the whole world just done caved into the uh uh bestiality, nonsensical, no non-spiritual way of life that white folks have taught the world, and that's not the proper way to deal with it. And matter of fact, it brings up the video with Minister Farrakhan. We are lacking justice, righteousness, and truth, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and the very essence of our Constitution. We hold the truth to be self-evident that all men are created equal and given inalienable right to life and liberty. That didn't come from white folk. They don't have a soul. They don't have a spirit. So how in the fuck are they gonna do that and come up with that? They didn't. And it all goes back to my eye. You feel me? Even before my eye, the elements of that. So to me, everything that you guys talked about is dead on point. But you know, the universe is going through a cleansing now. And the only way to get that cleansing, hey Sheila, Emil, everybody, Willie, brother Willie, everybody knows that this world is going through a cleansing process. There's absolutely no way that evil will always stay. It always destroys itself, and those who partake in it always always ALWAYS, and then always ALLWAY. Like I always be saying, it don't never fail. When you are ruling with the evil hand of death, destruction, disease, and despair, I can guarantee you, America, you're not gonna last long. But that's not how it works. It never worked that way. White folks don't know what the fuck they doing, and I throw it back at you.
All right, thank you, brother Isaiah. I want to welcome brother Willie Rivers to the program. Peace and blessings, brother Willie. Brother Emil, peace and blessings. Welcome, Sister Sheila Neal. Peace and blessings. Y'all, welcome to the program. We are glad y'all here today. The title of the program, we're talking about the Exodus, seeking sanctuary on the motherland. Now, in the first video that I want to pull up, it's very important that we understand what's going on here, because we can see something, we can hear something, but we got to be watching, we got to be understanding, and we definitely have to understand the mindset of the individuals that we are listening to. So I'm going to share screen, and let's look at this, because I think this will make my point very crystal clear. So our sister is talking about weapons. So let's just check it out.
One of my preferred AK pistols, this right here. We are looking at the IWI GAP 39 Gen 1, chambered in 7.62 by 39. Now, if you're familiar, you know. If you're not familiar, unfortunately, the Gen 1s are no longer available, but Gen 2 is, but it's not as sought after as these Gen 1s. Now, as I told you, it is chambered in 7.62 by 39, but before we go any further, I must inform you that this video is for educational purposes only, and we are in a safe and controlled environment. We are at the gun range, Immokalee Range and Gun Club to be exact. There's a lot of dragonflies flying around, so hopefully it will eat mosquitoes. Did y'all know dragonflies eat mosquitoes? If you didn't know, you know. And there's a lot of them. So hopefully we can get through this very comfortably because they're gonna take it. You are gonna take care of us, right? Okay. All right. So as I was telling you now, a lot of the characteristics on here I really enjoy. One thing for sure is that left side charging is more comfortable for right-handed shooters, which I am a right-handed shooter. So charging from the left side is very comfortable. The rail covers on here, you can remove them. They are 3, 6, and 9, and you do have pick space underneath these for you to add whatever it is that you want to add to it. Now, these sights, we have your ghost ring in the back, and then you have your pin front sight. Absolutely great. I didn't bring anything to run on here because I enjoy running this as is, as you see. Now, your grip, a nice extended full grip on here, and a nice full grip on here. You do have one finger indentation, as you can see here, and your magazine release is not flared, but it's a very comfortable, responsive magazine release, and that is something that I appreciate a lot because it's nice and smooth. Everything about this is, I must say and give credit where credit is due. Quality, yes, is a little bit more expensive than what the average pistols are going for, but it is worth every single penny. So with that being, I heard that. Yeah, if you can find one, and these are pretty.
All right. So now that's a married woman, and I'm assuming it's her husband on the camera. Now they're talking about different weapons.
So she's married, you said?
Yes, ma'am. She's married. She, you can see her ring. See, she got a nice big thick ring on
Too much unicorn.
Isaiah, calm down.
I think you.
Calm down. Okay. My thing is, when I asked you if she was married, my thing is, what are you representing? I wouldn't dare dress like that with my husband. I don't think my husband want me to come out there, like that. Who's gonna take her serious? They don't. Did anybody hear what she was saying, or was you looking at her ass instead of?
I was looking at her ass. What you talking about?
Understand anything? I mean, the representation of us as Black women, we got to do better. I think we dress a lot better than that to get her message across. Who's gonna take her? Who's gonna take what her appearance? Who's gonna take her serious?
Nobody.
Or you dress a hoeing? Which one?
She's doing a whole lot of advertising.
But her husband is a lot. I mean,
I know.
Right. I'm okay. Go ahead. Let me just stay out of it. Y'all do.
Yeah, I didn't give a goddamn about that fucking gun.
You didn't even hear
paying attention to her patio, man.
Exactly. You didn't say nothing. Go ahead.
You didn't have to say it. You didn't have to say a goddamn word. I was just like, what? I don't speak French, lady. Will you mind? That patio is a bitch. I was like, damn.
See, so representation is everything. Representation. What is she representing as far as the American Black woman?
Well, she lost me on that one because all I saw was that ass.
Okay, we got the point, Isaiah. We got the point. Okay, but what I'm saying is, Maurice. Okay, and you know what I'm saying. Whose husband would really allow them to dress like that? I mean, if you have a husband, and I'm not saying you can go out, but it's all about representation. What is she representing? And why would her husband allow her to walk around like that?
Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, that would be my question.
Would you let your wife walk out there like that, Maurice or Isaiah?
No, I
don't even think Maurice's wife will come out to even go to the go to the mailbox like that. And you either, Isaiah, because they know what you stand for.
Look,
so that speaks volumes about her man. If you allow your woman to go out looking like that.
Well, I can tell you this. When I first met my wife, right, she was looking awfully good with what, she wasn't slutty looking, you know what I mean? But I don't know. It's like some women like attention, I guess, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but I sat her down. I said, look, if we're gonna be together, you got to represent not only you and your family, but us as a couple. Because now, if you want to be with me, you can't do that no more. It's like you just advertising your back door, and that back door is shut and everything else. You know what I mean? And especially when we had our first kid, I was like, no, you can't. But she understood. I mean, she was 8 years ago now almost. So she was like 29
Mm.
around it. But anyway, yeah, she understands, and that's what I like about. Uh, do I want to say a good woman? Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean. Just self respect. That's what I want to say. Self respect.
That's right there.
Yeah, that's what this woman lacks.
Right.
Because
A whole lot of it.
right. So any woman like that even if you got your husband around you, you're gonna attract a lot more attention than you want, and that can be some bad shit. So
Right.
Mhm.
Right. So what was your question, Maurice? I'm sorry.
Now, I use that as an example because, she was selling guns or talking about guns, explaining guns, but, when you look at
she was selling her ass. That's what she was selling.
yeah, ain't nobody paying attention to no weapons. Everybody looking elsewhere. And you can see with the cameraman how he's one point and then he's moving back to show y'all the real point of the video. And so
He had his camera right or her behind.
Exactly.
I'm like, I thought you was talking about guns. Why are we looking at booty?
Exactly.
I want to see your booty.
Right,
I'm just saying.
right.
I want to hear about the guns. Now, if you're trying to be out there, what happens if you out there trying to fight a war? You in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
You in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Because they gonna happen to you, and you ain't gonna be no more good when they get done.
Mm-hmm. And so we have to look at the packaging of what's trying to be sold to us.
Right.
Now, when we think about the motherland, and like you brought up earlier, Sister Cassie, where Ghana was doing their come on back, and it attracted a whole lot of Black people. Ghana made some money off of that. As you said, the president didn't do right with the money, and did whatever he did, but the country's in a bad shape. Yeah. And we have to be careful of the advertisements and try to figure out what is it really that's being advertised? What is it really that these people are actually selling us? We have to be cognizant of that. And so the year of the return, one thing they talked about with the year of return was that you would get free land, you would get free money, you would get free housing. And then I think it was I don't know what they call him, the interior minister or something like that. He was doing an interview and they were asking him about these free things that Ghana's supposed to be giving away for people to come back to Ghana. And he stopped them and he says, we're not talking about the everyday Black person come back. We want the Beyoncés, those with that kind of money to come on back and have dual citizenship. That's what we're trying to attract. Now, we have to look at that and say, well, two things. At least the person that's giving the interview is being very honest. And we all have to respect his honesty. Because prior to him clarifying, I thought that it meant don't matter. You Black, you come on back. Regardless of your economic status, come on and we take care of it. And that's not what he was meaning. He meant that if you was wealthy, you come on back and we can give you these things because you're going to be able to contribute to this economy. You'll be able to spend money to help bolster this economy. We don't have to look at you, give you a job or give you this or give you that, because you're self-sufficient and you're self-sustaining. And your being here is going to aid us so that we can be self-sustaining. And I think that was very important. And I would have wished the president to have clarified and said that when he made his big offering, but I'm glad that the minister had enough sense to clarify that. Now, Cassie, you've been to Ghana before. I've never been. I've only understood. I've heard at different people speak about it.
Isaiah, mute your mic. Mute your mic.
Okay.
And so, again, that is a good thing that the whatever his title was, but it was a good thing that he clarified who this time of return to come back to Ghana, actually who they were looking for and what quality or what self-sustaining people they were looking for. So there's a difference. And Sister Cassie, since you've been to Ghana, understanding the year of return and why regular everyday Black people from America, they were not requiring to come. Can you speak on that?
You know what? They didn't want anybody, and I didn't go to Ghana. I went to Kenya, Dar es Salaam, oh my God, Zanzibar, Tanzania, and Rwanda. And Ghana, I tried to get in there, but they wanted my passport, and it was too late to act. It was my thing because I know a lot of people that live there, and it's so Americanized right now. They're celebrating Christmas and all this other stuff, and I'm like, I don't have a desire because of the simple fact it was saying that, come on back if you were the upper class, if you were to see Harveys, and that's who they really want back there. The average person that, you may or not be able to contribute as much money, that's not really who, like you said, who they want. So you have to be careful and listen to what they're saying. But Burkina Faso said, as long as you're Black, he didn't care. He said, as long as you're Black, and that's the Burkina Faso president, and that's the offer. And a lot more African countries right now are telling us to come on to get free citizenship. Okay, they're going to allow you to come back, whether you're Black or just be Black. That's what Burkina Faso was saying. He didn't care if your ancestors was born there. He just said, just be Black. So therefore, that meant more to me that he was talking to me. He was talking. He's not talking to the Beyonce. Well, he's talking to everybody who's Black and you want to come back. Especially if you're not cooning around, because I don't believe if you're cooning around, you're going to be able to be happy in his country, But so I do believe that a lot of them has, a lot of them, just depending on the different presidents, a lot of them do want the ones with the money to come back, But if you have a city like Burkina Faso, I wouldn't mind visiting, because my thing is going to be, I'm going to visit a lot of African countries, during my retirement. I just want to go and see. I want to see where is the best place for Cassie. Ethiopia, they also, kind of was waving for Black people to come. So my thing is, I wouldn't mind visit Ethiopia, Gambia. I want to visit all over, but I don't have a heart to visit like Ghana, because I think it is about money for them. And you can see that, and that was the very president that stole all the money. That's the very president that said that. Okay, because now they have a new president. I don't know his stance, but he did open up the borders also. So he's partnered up with Burkina Faso. He is partnering up with him. But that old president, he was sold out. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have the heart after Black, the country, because he was partners with America. He wanted to get America's money, to put in his pocket. Like his own money wasn't enough. He took a whole bunch of millions.
So now, let me ask you, Sister Cass, because I want you to clarify. I want you to be very clear. When you say open borders, does open borders mean come on Chinese, come on whatever color you is, whatever you at, you're welcome? Or is that what you're saying?
You mean, well, Ghana, yes. Ghana just had he opened borders for everybody, which is 300. He just allowed 300 Lebanese to come in and gave them citizenship. So that's why I'm not too crazy about Ghana. Burkina Faso said black, long as you're black. He didn't say the Indians. He said long as you're black. That's the difference, okay? But Ghana just gave citizenship to people that when you go to Lebanon, you can't even get a citizenship. You can't even buy land. These are people that you can't buy land in Lebanon. You can't even have a baby. They don't even want you to come there and have your children there in Lebanon. They don't even want you to have a citizenship in Lebanon. So you're offering citizenship to people that don't even like you, that told you if you come to their country, you can't have the same as what we're getting to get in your country. So I have an issue with that. If the Chinese come, can we buy land in China? No. Can we buy land in India? No. So why are you allowed to come to a whole black continent or country and buy land and get citizenship? I don't believe in that. I believe that there's a movie called The Killers of the Flower Moon. If you watch that movie, it talked about Indian women who own land, but a lot of white men was marrying them and murdering them for their land. What is going on in Africa right now is the Chinese. It's not about love. What's love got to do with it? Nothing. I want your land. We're going to impregnate you. And my baby, my son, is going to be entitled to some of that land. That's exactly what's happening. So we have to be very careful.
Now, Emil, he's also been on the continent. He says West Africa, except for Burkina Faso, are all sellouts. Is that your estimation?
My estimation is I think Mali, Niger, and you have a few that's waking up. Mali, Niger, Burkina, coastal, Ivory Coast is pretty much teaming up. And I believe more countries is going to begin to wake up. That's what I believe. But I know Mali and Niger was more, they was waking up to the fact. So more of them are waking up. But if I see where, you said, hey, everybody come, I have no interest in going there. Because I mean, that's, when you offering 300, but for Black people, yeah, you had the year return, but why are we offering citizenship to Lebanese? They was the one that told Ukraine too to come on in, right? Why? Ukrainians didn't even like Black folk. When you remember that war was going on with Russia and Ukraine, they wouldn't even let them on the train to get out. Remember, they told them they had dogs and everybody else on the train, but they wouldn't let the Africans in there. So why is it that we have such a hard time treating people the way they treat us? Why?
Good question. Emil says I've been to Ghana several times. A lot of Ghanaian women are married to Chinese men.
Yep.
They love Chinese men.
They love white
Chinese men love Guyana women back. Interesting. He said, I've seen the same thing in Tanzania. Tanzanian women are with Asian men. And you've seen the same thing, Sister Cassie?
When I went to Tanzania, I seen it like Zanzibar. I want to say Zanzibar more or less because the cruise ships come in, right there. So I see more white people, but I know that they have some Chinese. Let
me ask you real quick because I like to try to keep it together. But you said Zanzibar. Is Zanzibar Tanzania or what?
It's like real close together. It's Tanzania, Zanzibar, and it's Kenya, Dar es Salaam, then it's Tanzania, then it's Zanzibar. So they're all connected. They're all connected right there. You got to take the ferry to get to them, but they're all connected. But I'm telling you, I've seen more white people when I went to Zanzibar. It's called Stone City, and that's where the cruise ship come in. I've seen a lot more white folk than I want to see in Africa. When I went to Kenya, I didn't see as many Chinese per se there. I seen, a lot of Black people, so wasn't too many whites, wasn't too many Chinese in Kenya. That's why I thought I would see more of them because it's more built up. You saw a few, but it's not like it is in like Ghana. Ghana, they know that they can do this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying? So where the doors is more open, I see more, there's more Chinese there, So, but when I went to Rwanda, I didn't see, now I know he has his borders open now, but when I went, I didn't see a lot of white people because they speak more French than anything. So that might be the reason.
In Rwanda.
In Rwanda. But it's the cleanest African city there is. It's the cleanest. Go ahead.
Let me ask you, why are they speaking French? Why aren't they speaking their own language?
No, because the French colonized them. So they still speak French.
But they've been free for how long now?
Yeah. This is what this is why they want Burkina Faso, because he said no more French. We're gonna speak this language. So he's putting it out there. He's he's doing stuff that hasn't been done in Africa before. He's doing a new thing. So it's gonna take a minute for Black people to catch on. It always takes a minute. Once this one, they want to see what's gonna happen to him, because a whole lot of people that tried to. Now he's creating his own money also. Now I remember when Gaddafi did that, he died. So everybody is sitting back waiting to see what's going to happen to him before we jump on the bandwagon. My thing is come around and celebrate and protect your brother. If he's trying to do something new and you're for it, protect him.
Now, does he have gold to back up the money he's producing?
I don't know. I don't know. I think so. Because he just got yes. I want to say yes. But I'm not sure. I think I read something about the gold there and the money he was recreating. So I think he does, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe Isaiah, you can look that up, but I want to say yes. But he's more trying to be more independent, just not trying to use America or France or the Dutch for anything. He's pretty much trying to do it. He had the loan, he paid off the loan. He said, okay, we're building up we bought some land. So he's, doing the wheat, he's doing the corn, got the fish going. So he's claiming himself to be the savior of Africa and supplying aid to the different African countries. So it's just a little bit different there, but yeah. So when like he said, Emil did, it is a lot of Chinese, in different places, depending on the relationship of the country with China. But it's a lot of Chinese men, and they love white folk, period. Ain't just Chinese, honey. They love white people. I met a girl who she married a white guy, went to Europe, didn't meet any of his family. She ended up getting pregnant. He took the baby, sent her back, kept the baby. Now he's raising the baby. It's the mom being dead and stuff. It's a mess. She said that she came back because the court did, want him to come back, brought him back. She was trying to get the baby. He paid off the court and was able to keep the baby. So it's a lot of corruption. That's the only thing about that. A lot of corruption going on right now.
So Emil says, Maurice, you have to realize Africa is not truly free. The
It's
Europeans
not
are still
the way
there,
we want it to be.
the Chinese, and now the Russians. Now the Russians are there. Oh, wow.
You got the Russians. Yeah.
Okay, so the Russians is the new ad.
The new, you got the Russians, Chinese, the Russian,
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they got to be very careful. Now, if you're going to use them to teach or train you to do some things, but when you learn, you got to get them out. Go ahead.
Are y'all saying that these groups, the whites, the Asians, the Russians, are y'all saying they're in every country in Africa or just certain countries in Africa?
Right now, it's certain countries in Africa right now. You got so many in Africa that they're so poor, the white folk don't want to go to. Togo is you got some white folk, but it's not a lot, because Togo deals in a lot of witchcraft and a lot of, it's a poor country. Benin is a poor country. You got some countries that's super poor, so you're not going to see as many white folk there, But the ones that's up and coming, you're like Zanzibar, you're going to see a lot, because, I don't think Tanzania, it just got to where you could buy land. You had to be related to the Tanzania or whoever you call them, in order to buy land. I think now it's just to where you can, if I'm not mistaken. But you couldn't even buy land there in Tanzania unless you, were born there, or Tanzania, or whatever they call them.
So out of the 55 countries in Africa, which ones would you agree with that are, I would say, are able to be that sanctuary that people would be looking for if they're coming from America? Which countries would you say? And Emil, if you can answer that same question, please, sir. And on the welcome Earth Angel 1105 remix to the program. We're glad that you are here. Peace and blessings, Queen.
She said, look like I'm late. It's okay. Better late than never, girl.
Exactly.
Okay. I want to say, you said which ones would you like? Say your question again.
which out of the 55 African countries, which ones are ready and able to be a sanctuary for Black Americans?
Well, the only one I see is you got Ghana, but Ghana's for everybody though. That's the only thing about Ghana. It's for everybody. Kenya, I can see Kenya, but you have to understand Kenya, that president is kind of, when you come to America, you sitting in Biden's chair, you pretty much sold out. So, Kenya's another one. You can go to Kenya, but nobody is really gonna, they don't offer jobs, so you can't go there for a job. So you have to be ready for it. You have to have your own business or retirement or something like that, some money coming in. They don't have all these pensions. They don't have any of that. When you go there, you are establishing your own company. Okay, you have to be able to sustain yourself. Okay, or unless you retire, you could take a retirement. But man, that's a hard question. I don't know if any of them can really. If you don't have any money, none of them. You got to have your own money. They're not going to come like we did and took care of all them immigrants. Mm-hmm. No, that ain't happening. Mm-hmm. That's not happening over there. They can barely take care of their own.
I'm confused, Sister Cassie. So how in the world do poor Africans that's in these countries, how in the hell are they eating? How are they making it? How are they paying their bills? How are they doing the stuff that they can do?
They don't have programs. A lot of them have their own businesses. They have little corner markets. They work in the market, so they purchase it for each other. They don't have like the welfare programs. They don't have retirement. Family members are taking care of them. So if you go in there with no money, you in trouble.
There's no welfare.
No, there's no. You said there's no welfare. No, there's no welfare. There's no retirement. There's no unemployment. There's none of that. No, if you are working your own business, and a lot of them are working their own business, like street merchants. They have their own business. They're, selling a little, pastries, or they may have a barbecue chicken, whatever, out there and selling chicken. They have their own businesses, and they know that's how they're doing it. They're creating their own businesses. And some of them are just sitting on the streets doing nothing because some kids are not in school because a lot of them can't afford it. Because there's some governor schools, public schools, but then you have a lot of private schools too. So Africa is still got a long way to go. They don't have, like, for instance, if you working, they don't have minimum wage. So it's, sometimes you may be an electrician trying to do your own business, but everybody's not on the same page. So if I charge $50 or $60 and my brother's charging $20, guess who's gonna get all the business? Because he don't know his worth. It's still got some growing to do. It's got a lot of growing to do.
So they don't have what, quote unquote, we call over here a safety net.
No. There's a safety net when you bring it with you. You bring in your safety net with you. If you have your own business, you're doing an online business, you've already established it here. If I do Airbnb, it's already established. I have a business, You go into a place, either you go into Kenya, you can sponsor trips or something to Kenya. When you're not sponsoring, people are coming to Kenya, or you have a few places to attach to it. That's how you're going to make it. You're going to have your own businesses. Now, South Africa, he said, went through apartheid. Yeah, South Africa went through apartheid. Black Americans went through Jim Crow. Same thing. South Africa is so connected to America. It's so connected. It's just so scary because a lot of Americans go to South Africa because they're so comfortable with the apartheid. They're so comfortable with Jim Crow. They're so comfortable with what we've gone through here in America. And South Africa is just an extension of America.
So we have Queen, I know who I am. Peace and blessings, Queen. It is good to see that you're in the house. She says, salute, Brother Muhammad and Queen Sister Cassie. Great discussion and information. I'm absolutely 100% listening and learning. Sister Cassie is so informed. Good information she's sharing. Thank you. Yes. Sister Cassie is definitely informed. So understanding that there is no safety net that we are used to, like over here. So
you got to go with your retirement.
So, but I'm still stuck on the poor because there has to be, in my mind, it keeps telling me it has to be a way because the poor still got to eat. They still got to wash. They still got to iron their clothes. They still got to do all these same things that everybody else does.
Well, a lot of times they have stuff like, for instance, they don't have a stove. We have a stove, but theirs may be an open fire with bricks and a pot on top. Okay. That could, that's a lot of how they have makeshift stuff. You know what I'm saying? They don't have, for instance, I went there. Some, they still don't have wash and dryers. Some of them may have a washer but no dryer, and some are still washing their clothes by hand with the soap bar. They're doing it like that, and then they're hanging them up. These are apartments now. They're on the porch washing their clothes like that. They don't have a wash and dryer. Some don't. Some do. Some don't. I went to Stone Town, and that's in Zanzibar. And some didn't even have furniture. They were sleeping on the floor. At night they got their little cardboards out, and they would sleep on the floor. And then you put your cardboards up. You go to work. You come back. You eating rice. You eating whatever you can get. You have mangoes on the ground. I mean, you have fruit on the ground just laying there. You have actual. It is the land of the land of honey, the milk and honey. It is the land. You got animals walking around. You got fruit going out there. They're happy. They don't know what we probably will have an issue living like that, but they grew up like that. So that's not a problem for them. That would be a problem for us because we didn't grow up like that. They built, just like Elon Musk come over here and say, oh, the Social Security is like a pyramid scheme. Remember he said that? Because They don't have that where he came from. So to him, he's talking about something he knows nothing about. So now he coming over here trying to mess with your Social Security when they don't even have it over there. So he needs to have a whole seat.
So, Earth Angel says that they have shitholes too. So there's no they don't have bathrooms? You got to dig a hole to use the bathroom?
Well, everywhere I went, I wasn't in the jungle part of it. I wasn't in that part. You do have, like you have islands, you're out. You have out. Some of them don't have electric. They're out, okay? If you still have your home makeshift, you might don't have electric. You might not have a bathroom inside. You may, that's why sometimes you're building a bore hole. Sometimes you'll hear people say, hey, I want to put a borehole of water for them to get their water. Sometimes they don't. They're walking from their houses, like maybe an hour or 2 hours away with this big old thing, and they may have a cart or they may be carrying it. But yeah, it's still a lot that's not made up in Africa, just depending on where you stay. Kenya's, but you still have some areas way out that's not built up. So yeah, you still got a lot of villages out there. You have chiefs out there that's still villages. You have, we just happen to see the city part of it. Look like Chicago is built up. It's a city, buildings, that's in the city. But the farther you go out, the less they have. But they're happy. But you have to understand they've planted. They have their fields of corn or wheat or whatever. They may be building. They may be growing tomatoes, growing peppers, or that's their business. And then they're gonna come and sell it. So that's how they're making their money. So you have them. They work hard. They're working. They're happy. They're doing the do. They're not like us.
So. I just want to get this straight. So are we saying that most or some don't even have running water? Is that what we're saying?
Some don't. Yeah, some don't. That's why they got the bore. They got the hole, the water hole. They got that in the villages. So you have a water hole. You come to the bore. You come to the water hole. Get your water. Fill it up in your big container. You have your containers on a little wagon or wheel, made up something, and you're gonna take it back home, or you're gonna carry it. So yeah, some of them don't have made water yet. No, I'm telling you, this is the land of the milk and honey. But you got crackers coming over there getting 80%, and you getting in Africa's getting 20%. Okay, but that's been set up like that from them crackers from France. France was paying France $500,000 a month, and they was getting much or nothing.
What were they paying them $500,000 a month for?
And then they was when they would want to go and borrow their money because France was holding their money for them. But when you needed your money, then France would put it was a loan, so they have all this high interest. But this is money. This is our money. I'm telling you, them bastards was terrible. They was terrible with these people. So you got to go borrow your own money and pay all of this interest rate, right, to get your own money back. Zimbabwe, all that land. Remember now, South Africans talking about the land, but they had set up some rules in a black country. They stole their land and told them they couldn't even buy land. You took my mom's land, right? So now they was trying to set it up to where if you got the land illegally, you're gonna have to give it back and no compensation. That's what Trump and Elon Musk, I don't know why I keep calling him Leon, but Elon Musk was saying, oh, they're killing the white folk and taking their land. They was never doing that. They was getting back the land that those crackers came in and stole, and they was redistributing it back to the original owners. Zimbabwe did that. That's why Zimbabwe is broke. Their money is like toilet paper. They suffered for a few 10 years, wasn't it, Isaiah? A few years. And because they was taking the land back, and they also said, oh, they taking the land from the white folk. Now they don't know what to do with the land. Oh, they know what to do with the land. They just didn't want them to have the land back. And they was taking the land back. So now they said, okay, we're going to take the land back. They've taken the land back, but we're going to compensate crackers who stole the land in the first place. Now they're compensating them. After they stole the land, now they're compensating them, which is the dumbest thing ever. You stole that land, so why are we paying thieves to get back the land? And that's how America put their hand in it, and they put sanctions on them, and Zimbabwe is done. Poor. Money isn't, you can walk on money. They can't use it. It's so poor.
That's crazy.
It's America put their hands in everything over there. Everything. Africa's not really free like you think. You know, Burkina Faso was coming. He's putting some things in place that's free in his country. But I believe that it's going to be nationwide. I do believe things are turning around right now as we speak. Africa's good. It's coming up. It's coming up now. It's coming up. It's changing. But it wasn't meant to come up before.
So let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. The leaderships that are there, except Burkina Faso, mm-hmm. The rest of them still have a colonized mind concept.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And they have to. And the reason why Burkina Faso was, a lot of them countries are getting like Congo now. They have a civil war. Congo is the richest country. Well, besides Nigeria, Congo is the richest country, the richest. So America wants that land. So if I have you coming against each other and I'm stirring the pot and I'm selling weapons to each, I'm selling the weapons to, where they getting the weapons? Africa ain't making the weapons. Where you getting the weapons? The same way black folks getting the weapons here in America. If those two countries come against each other and they fight each other, because they was trying to have Rwanda and Congo fight each other, right? Those two countries come together, fight each other. Y'all niggas fight each other and kill each other, then we can come in and get the land. Just like in Haiti. Haiti is one of the richest countries. And they was having a civil war there because America had their hand over there too. You have to understand, wherever America have their hands, you're going to see civil war because they want that country. They want that land because that land is rich with something. Minerals, oil, gold, diamonds. Even in Congo, they was finding all this, gold. They was finding the black rock. They was finding all kind of stuff. Every so many years they come up and, and they come up with this gold mine, that just people coming there digging it up out the yards, digging it out the mountains, none but gold. Then what they do, block it off so y'all can't come over here and get. Why can't we come over there and get it? It's on our land because them crackers coming to get it. That's why they shouldn't say nothing. Have your land, do what you need to do, get the gold, and do for self.
What countries in Africa France wasn't in?
Oh God. What area was that? I think the France got one part. I don't know what. I have to look that up. It's a lot. France. I think the Dutch had the most though, if I'm not mistaken. The Dutch, the Brits, France had some, but they didn't have as much. But the Dutch had more of it, and the Brits, the Brits.
But the Dutch, didn't the Dutch get rid of their lands prior to the French doing it? Was the Dutch the first ones to say?
I think they were, but they still have their hands in stuff. You had to come to France and ask them if you can do blah blah blah. You're supposed to be free, but you still got to ask me. They gave them a written document, a written declaration. But why do I need a declaration if I'm free? I'm free. Why do I still have to come and ask you to do anything? Why is your basis, like you said, why is the base still in my country? So are you really free? When France is telling you to come over there and ask me blah 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 before you do anything. Why do I need to ask you? Burkina Faso, remember they kept getting they have a lot of militaries coming in there as far as the ISIS and stuff, right? That America created. Remember that, right? They was having a problem, but they had to call France before they could move. And now, since what's his name kicked him out, now he can get them, and he, now it's being kept under wraps. Now, they've taken care of their land, but before they had to get France, and by the time France sent somebody over there, the people in and out, and they did whatever they wanted to the city. They weren't able to just defend themselves. They had to call France. Why do you think they didn't have a military? They didn't have no military. France had to send their military. And if I send it on time or not is depending on what I sent them. So why would I send them to fight the people I just sent to take your land? So Burkina Faso was finding it out. Now he got some stuff set up where he got all military stuff. I mean, got all kind of military stuff now. And he's not asking France nothing. He's handling his business.
So Queen, I Know Who I Am says, why do so many Africans still believe in their oppressors doing right by them? Is it mental illness or is it just plain old stupidity?
It's PTSD, it's Willie Lynch, it's all of that. They're going through the same stuff. They were colonized just like we were. I mean, we still believe that white folk is our friends too. Look at the coons. You got black folks still going for the Democratic Party. They still believe the Democratic Party gonna save them, right? Same thing. Why do we do what we do? They doing the same. We doing the same thing. It's nation. It's globally. Black folk globally act like this. Globally, we still think that we got some white friends. You got black folk over here love some white folk. Same thing. Same thing. It ain't no change. It don't change. They believe the same way. Now, and then you guess who education. We got to talk about the education, though, right? The France educated them. So yeah, that's why they believe they're, they love honey. I'm telling you, they love some white folk, love white men.
Now, let me ask you, Sister Cassie. Akon supposedly built his city in Africa. Now, I ain't never been there, ain't never nothing. But
Akon ain't built.
How was his city?
He was starting it, but he's not finished it. They gave him land. Akon he was partnered up with some people that was doing some other stuff.
So his city.
It's not there. It's not done. No, it's not done. They had a little corruption going on. I mean, it was people he was partnered with. He probably didn't even know what was going on. But
who was he partnered with?
He was partnered with a lot of folk that was, doing some other stuff.
Americans or Africans that was
both.
Why would he partner with Americans? God damn.
The government gave him land, but he still didn't get it together. He was talking about they had this and that up, but it's still not up and running. It's not an up and running city. Unfortunately, it could have done. He had his own coin and everything, but it was some. Go Black even talked about him. I don't know if you listened. He even talked about he had partnered up with Go Black, with Akon, and
Go Back to Africa, dude.
He said he partnered up and he got a little scammed over there. He talked about it on one of his shows.
Oh,
he talked about it because he had
to watch one of his videos next, but
yeah,
I didn't know he had something to do with Akon.
He partnered up with him but he got scammed too. And he talked
about
Back
to Africa, dude, got scammed too.
Yes, he got scammed too. Yeah, because he believed in Akon and he gave him some money, and Akon, and he eventually, after he bought it to the people, Akon, gave him his money back. But he explains a lot of it, what was going on. A lot of it, Akon didn't even know what's going on. It was the people he was partnered up, but who you partner up represents you. So you have to make sure that who you partnered up with is going to do what they need to do.
So I just want to make sure I'm getting right, because I'm starting to get upset. But he got scammed by white people and by Africans, right?
You mean Go Black? He got
No, Akon.
Yeah, he did get scammed. I mean, it was people who he was partnered up with.
So, but
because he told Go Black, he said, I didn't know. But Go Black said, hey, they're representing you. But he I think gave him his money back. But yeah, because Acorn had a coin and everything. And people was thinking, oh man, let's invest in the coin. But then Go Black came and said, no, don't. I mean, you can look that up when he talked about Acorn. Yeah, this was maybe a couple years ago, maybe a year and a half, something like that. Yeah, because everybody was looking at the coin, and I was looking at the coin, but then after I heard, I was like, hold on. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
so
it was who he was partnered with.
Really disturbing. Because you would think automatically not to trust no white folk, because they damn sure ain't gonna want you.
I'm telling you, they'll trust them before they trust you, because they think white folk is the bomb. You still have them. Ghana will let them in there with no problem. They'll sell their land to white folk. They will black folk sometime.
Wow.
I mean, they still have that colonialized mindset. They still have that, which is very unfortunate, because I do believe that Africa is the land of the milk and honey. I do believe that is eventually where we're all going to have to go back to, because America is going to be destroyed, and it is going to be, we're going to have to go back. I'm just saying it like that. So when you go back, you just have to make sure that this, whatever part you're going back to is, I guess less corrupt, or,
I'm going to look at this comment that Earth Angel made, and get your thoughts. She says, too bad they can't really live in the land. The earth is moving closer to the sun. Do you have any input on that? Because I've never heard that.
That's eventually where you're going back to. So they living in the land now. Who's not living in the land? Or thinking who? Too bad who is they can't really live there? What do you mean? They're living there now. And most black folk going back there, whether you like it or not. America putting your asses out. America gonna put you out. Trump is already fixing it up right now. He told them white Africans can come back, but no black folks. Why you think he got y'all where it's $5 million now to have a citizenship here in America? Only wealthy people gonna be here in America. He's trying to build it up. It ain't gonna work though. It's still falling.
So Queen says, OMG, seems like the global condition is getting more oppressed, desperate, and hopeless by the day. I'm weary. I will say this: the world condition is bad. America's condition is bad, but I believe that because this is the change of worlds,
right?
That this is what
this is our time.
Like. This is what the fall looks like. So,
but I do believe that America is the now. I do believe that Africa. I'm sorry, Africa is the now, and Africa is the milk and honey. I do believe that things are slowly turning around, and we can see that with Burkina Faso, Mali, and more African countries. I believe the BRICS has a lot to do with it also. And a lot of African countries is joining up with BRICS. So it's going to be a little bit easier, a little bit better for them, because they can use their own money. They don't have to, dealing with America, you had to give them your money, and then you had to give them, you had to exchange your money. Then it had to be American money, but it only one that was getting ahead was America. You know what I'm saying? So I do believe that things is turning now, slowly but surely. I think you'll see a better Africa. I do believe that. And I think Burkina Faso has a lot to do with that. That's why we're seeing what we're seeing with those cities that's attached with Burkina Faso. I know I'm saying it wrong. Burkina Faso.
Okay, so we're going to take a look at this video, and then we're going to come back and discuss it. So let's check this out.
Think about it. What's up, family? This is your man, not your boy. Go Black to Africa, if you got the money. Family, I want to say this lightly, and I'm not trying to offend anybody or hurt anybody. We got to do better. Why would you want to leave a country that you're struggling in to go to a country, a continent, you're going to struggle worse. Why would you leave a country that you can't make it in and then try to go to a continent that you're not going to make it in? Why would you leave a country and you have not considered the cost? And when you get to the other country or continent, the cost is killing you. Why would you leave a country that you barely have a pot to piss in to go to a country where there's no pot to piss in? Why would you leave a country that you have not made something of yourself to go to a country where you won't even have the possibility to make something of yourself? What am I saying, family? I've said this in many of my videos, but I'm quite sure there are many who just watch one or two videos. Understandable. But when it comes to my channel and motivating and encourage people to go to Africa, I have said time and time again, you have to have your money intact. You cannot be going to Africa looking for a job. For if you are not self-made in America, it's going to be hard for you to go to Africa and start a business. If you have never done business before, it's going to make it that much more harder because business is done different in Africa. I have seen people who go to Africa, start businesses, and go broke. I haven't even made it a year. And I've said this before, is that if you don't have the capital, some people don't even understand what a capital is. If you don't have money in the bank sitting that can take care of your business after your business is going through some suffering, that it can sustain your business for 2 years without you making money. Not you go to Africa and start with $5,000. You exhaust your money and expect your business to start making money that month. This is where we are. We have a lack of knowledge, family. I'm getting emails. I'm getting responses and WhatsApps. I've even responded to some of these people. People are having GoFundMes. We are a people that are so used to this, a handout. And then when you all who help them because they didn't do their business right, they didn't do their so-called considering the cost, you go help them, you thinking that help is good help, when it makes the matters even worse, they're digging themselves further in the hole. And then when they take your money, do it for other means or do it for themselves, you're screaming scam. Mm-hmm. Now, I did a video on, how not to get scammed. And it's not guaranteed you won't get scammed. I've been scammed. But we have to understand that even if you feel this unction to get up and move to Africa, you feel America, Canada, or UK or Europe is not for you, take your time. This doesn't happen overnight. I see people who I have highly recommended to go visit first, but I've seen people with families, children, 2, 3, 4 kids, even more, uproot and move. People thinking you can move to Tanzania, the people that, you can move to these other countries and don't even understand the visa process. Mm. We got to be better. There's nothing wrong with helping people, but if they can't help themselves, how are you going to help them? How long is this month's help going to happen? Help them when next month's coming? If you got to ask for money today, how are you planning on taking care of yourself tomorrow? We don't have enough sense to think ahead sometimes. We only think about today. We only think that, oh, well, I'll do something today and let tomorrow figure itself out. No, I'm sorry, family. This ain't the way that most people who are successful have done it. To try to rob Peter to pay Paul is a habit that we Black people have here in America. I have found, not just here in America, it is a problem we have in our community, around the globe in some instances. Not everybody. But this handout thing of always wanting people to help you out. You get yourself caught in a pickle. Your loved one pass away. You got to go fund me. You ain't got enough money to spend for to pay for a funeral. To each his own. I help many people. But I am not trying to have my channel to motivate and encourage people who are going to be ignorant and think that they can look at how I travel to around Africa when I got the money. I spent $40,000 in 9 months in Africa. Now, though I might have traveled to the 9 different countries, I'm watching families and I'm telling them, in my consultations, if you got 2, 3 kids, believe me, you better bet on you're going to spend at least $30,000 a year. $30,000 a year? You better believe it. Do you really think that you're going to live like the average African? Are you really only going to shop in the small markets they shop at? Live in the smaller houses? Or are you going to go try to live the lifestyle that you lived here in America? Even the poor here in America live way better than the poor people in Africa. And if you're trying to live the lifestyle as a poor person in America and you're trying to go there in Africa, live that same way, you're going to spend $40,000 a year. If it's a family of 3 to 4, you're going to be about $30,000, close to 30, between that and $40,000. I watch some of these YouTubers who got these channels who they're sitting there showing you places they eat. And I know it costs $15 for a meal. They're showing you they stand in the tourist areas. They don't tell you how much it costs them to be in these hotels, these resorts. I did a consultation with a family. They were going to spend $4,500 for 2 weeks at a resort. I said, no. You can get way cheaper than that.
That's
There's
right.
no reason you shouldn't be paying more than at least about $600.
Do your research.
You know what you're doing. You could spend a lot of money. And people, I'm getting the reports, people are moving to Africa and are going broke.
Yeah, I want to comment after this. Hold on.
Move to a place you've never been without visiting.
Just hold on.
Now, to which is own, if you are one who are a frequent traveler and you got your money in order and you have residual income coming in, I would get that. Some people are banking on starting a business in a country that you don't even know the formalities of starting the business. You don't even understand the business of how it's going to be when you get there. You're thinking you're going to price your product like you do in America. The average person is not going to pay $5 for a burger. The average person is not going to eat out like they do over here in America. The locals might come to your place for a cup of coffee one time because it costs 20 cents to get a cup of coffee off the street. You're watching some of these people who are being interviewed with these big businesses and companies, but you don't know the whole story. You thinking you're going to wind up big going there and starting a business? That just does not happen. They have money. A lot of people don't tell you their true story. That's why I be transparent with people, the money that I make and what I spend, so that you can see it ain't that easy. We got to get out of our emotions. I've got to get out of where you're from to get over to Africa. Most of the people that I am speaking to of that going to visit Africa is just that. Go back to Africa. If moving there is one of your desires, well, go visit first. And if you feel as though that you want to just uproot your family and go move, you best have a residual income. Monthly income coming in monthly. If you're going to take your little $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 and think you can move your family and I'll get a business up and rolling to be able to take care of us, you got another think coming. Not to say you can't do it. I don't know your ambitions. But time will be running out while you're trying to get business licenses, trying to get residencies. These take months in and months out. With that, family, I'm going to be back on my next video. I'm going to share the top 3 reasons why people are leaving Africa. This is your...
All right. So my first question, Sister Cassie, is everything he said in that video, is it truthful?
Everything he said in there. People go over there and they act like they just, balling. No. No. If you're going to go over there, you don't go to the hotels. You go to, for instance, I had a friend, Brandon, on, I'm not going to mention his name, but anyway, he had an Airbnb there. I paid $23 a day for the Airbnb in the neighborhood, right? I wanted to go and see for myself because I wanted to set some stuff up. Okay. So you're not going to go over there. And a lot of times it's clicks. It's not clicks. It's who you know. Brandon knew people. So I dealt with his people because he knew people. Okay. I knew him. So I dealt with him. You know what I'm saying? So it's things that you do there. When you go there, they're going to understand something. They think Black folk is balling, right? They don't understand that we just as poor here. We are living, the same way they live, and we just have a little bit extra, right? We got 10, they got a quarter. Okay. You understand what I'm saying? But we're still struggling, right? Because of where we live. So when you go there, they know you from America. If you're not trying to learn a little bit of the language, okay, then you're going to get scammed. I'm telling you, when you go there, as far as buying groceries, shop at a place, for instance, if you go to a grocery store, they have prices. Go there. If you want to, shop with the market people, you use somebody. For instance, I used a kid, okay? And I would tell him, hey, he knew English and he knew how much is that, or I'm standing there, I'm listening to the guy tell somebody else how much it is. Okay. So I already knew. So I still say, hey, I'll give you blah, blah, blah for it. And then when I go and they would say, hey, when I first got there, was trying to buy a pair of sandals, right? And they said, oh, it's 30, whatever. But it was 10. Could have been 5 or 7. You don't ever give them what they're asking. It's almost like you're bargaining. Okay. Just like when you go business wise, you're going to get a mentor. You're not going to just go over there and don't know anything about and open up a soul food restaurant. Who are you catering to? Who is your clientele? Understand that. If you want to go there, you want to do Airbnb, a lot of your clientele is going to be India. It's going to be America. It's going to be Facebook. It's going to be people coming from the States. So you can charge what you want. You can charge $50. You can charge, you know what I'm saying? Depending on where you're going. If you're going to a place where it's a touristy, okay, you can charge because you're Airbnb, you're Facebooking, you're catering to people in the States. Okay, you're catering to people from all over the world, right? So you have to have a mentor. You get with a mentor because they're there. Journey with Us is there already. You get with her. Okay, I've talked to her. That's who I'm partnering up with. I'm not going over there and not knowing nothing. If I could have stayed the last time I went, but I wasn't ready. So now I'll be ready. So I went over there, understand what you need, setting up some stuff. You still got to set up stuff, okay? I'm telling you, he's telling you. But some people go there with just $5,000, and they say, "Oh, I'm gonna use a YouTube channel. I'm gonna open up me a black restaurant. I'm gonna have a donut shop. And then you're gonna try to charge $5, like he said, for a donut. That's not happening. Understand something. You're dealing with the locals. You're dealing with the locals. Now, if you do an online business, you do a marketing business, you do something more online, you're going to make more money, right? But if you sit up there trying to have a coffee shop, you better be ready to pay the price, because it ain't no $5. It ain't no Starbucks over there where you getting $3 for a cup of coffee. That ain't happening. Okay. I got a piece of chicken. I think it was 50 cents. I'm just saying, you have to understand, if you're going over there for a business, who's your clientele? Okay. Ashley, in Africa, she's another one. Mentorship. She just had like a mentorship program. Okay. That was the 3rd and the 4th of March, I think it was. Okay. But you have to partner with somebody. Don't go over there with no income. Don't go over there if you're not retired, or if you're setting up residual, you have some extra money. You have already saved up, to create your business. You've gone over there. You've already know what it's going to take for you to open up a business. You know what it's going to take for you to do what you're trying to do. You cannot go over there and just you have to have done your research. So he's telling you, you have to go ready, because there's no unemployment. There's no extra help. Yeah, you can write back to the States, but people don't want to help people, with people just don't. They want you to have your, make sure you count up the cost. Okay. Just what he said. Okay. Know your clientele. A lot of people don't know the clientele. So, he's right. You got to be ready. You got to be ready. Because you can get scammed. I swear, you can get scammed. You can get scammed. I'm telling you. You have a lot of people, like Black says, she's amazing. I talked to her. Okay, she was selling land over there in the Gambia. My guy friend, he was selling land in Kenya. Okay, so if you know them and you know that, you know these people. If you want to buy something, but my thing is visit. Go visit first. Go visit, you guys. Go visit. Because it's not as bad as what you think. It's not.
Sister Cassie, how much does it cost to go visit? Well,
I'm gonna tell you what I spent. When I first went was before COVID, right? It was $750. I paid a round trip ticket, $750. I had over 1,000. Well, what I did, I knew the places that I was gonna go. So I knew Kenya was gonna be the first place. So I got my ticket for Kenya, right? So what I did also was got my Airbnb. Okay. I found out, I did my research as far as my visa. I found out if I was going any place I needed where I needed one of these shots, I didn't go. Okay. Because I didn't do that. I'm not doing that. Okay. So I went to places that didn't require this. Right. So I got my Airbnb and I paid, I was there for the first 2 weeks I was there in Kenya. I paid $23 a night. Okay. And I lived amongst the people because I didn't want those high. You can go to the hotels because they know that you're a foreigner coming there. So you're going to pay. No, I didn't do that. I got with my Airbnb buddy and he had buddies. So everywhere I went, I knew somebody that had an Airbnb through him. So I paid, good, beautiful Airbnbs, but I paid $23 a month. Went to Kenya for 2 weeks. Then I went to Dar es Salaam. I stayed there 2 days. I went on Airbnb and got Airbnb there for, I think we paid $30 for that one. Okay. I stayed there one night. Then I went to Tanzania, stayed a week. And I also got one visa, like Kenya visa service to Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, Zanzibar. So I didn't have to get a visa per city. And it also does one for one more country that I was going to go to, but we ended up not going because just had an outbreak. Okay. So I ended up not going there. But those are the 4 cities that the Kenya visa serves. So I didn't need a visa for every city. Okay. But I needed one for Rwanda. So I got my Airbnb for Rwanda. Okay. Had all of my Airbnbs lined up. I had already bought my visas for Rwanda when I went. So I didn't have to purchase anything. So all I took was $500 with me. I had enough. I had 1,000, but I didn't even end up spending that. I think I spent maybe $300 or $400. But I had planned everything. Okay. I had planned. I did, even for taxis, when you get there, but it's like little motorbikes. They're like, $50. Okay. You can give them $2. Okay. But that's a pleasure for them. When you get there, they're going to come to you begging for money when you get off the ferry, because we had to take a ferry going from Kenya to Dar es Salaam. So of course they want you to carry on your bags. You got to pay them. I paid a guy. I think I gave him like $2. He said, That's not enough. I said, then give it back. Don't play with me. Give it back. If that's not enough, give it back. That's what we, because they beg all the time and they'll try to tell you because, they know you have the money and you're vacationing and they know you're ready to give it. I said, you don't want to give it back. And I meant that. So, of course, okay. But then you have your taxis. Get you, I had already set up with my Airbnb a driver. So I had a driver to meet me. I didn't get into taxis because they're going to charge you more. I had a driver, but I had friends already set up that knew a driver. So I had a driver. Okay. And then once I got there, he took me from the hotel to the Airbnb. From the airport to the Airbnb. But then throughout the week, I'm riding motorbikes. Cost me $1. You understand what I'm saying? You're not going over there trying to act like you balling. That's not why I went. So understand something, you guys. You have to do what you do here. You budget here, you budget there. You don't go there and spend $20 a night. What do you do? Like $20 for a meal. We didn't do that. We didn't eat out every day. I cooked. So it's just things. I got groceries. I bought groceries from an Airbnb. You don't go there and try to spend $20 a night for food. And you're doing it for a room. That's $40. No, we're not balling like that. You can literally get an apartment there for $200 or $300.
But the apartment, do they got running water?
Oh, yeah. Yes, you're in the city. Apartments in the city. You can get an apartment, probably $150. I could get a whole house, a 5-bedroom house for $300 in the city. Seriously, So it's just depending where you go. You can get a house out of the country. Not out of the country, but not in the busy area. And you still have running water for $150 a month. But you have to understand, sometimes they charge you for 6 months. Okay. Some places won't do that. Some places, like, for instance, Seychelles, that's more of a touristy area. Madagascar is more of a touristy area. You can get on there, and once you get there, you can have a room, get an Airbnb, have a room, but then you can get there and then plan out your whole week if that's how you want to do it. But my thing is, I didn't do it like that. I $23 a night, and I did that for 2 weeks.
Now, looking on the map, where were you at?
I was in Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya.
Okay, you was here.
And then you have to take a ferry to get to Dar es Salaam.
Oh, Dar es Salaam is out here in the water?
Yeah, you have to take a ferry to get there. And then Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, and Zanzibar is like really close to each other. It's in the same vicinity.
So Tanzania and them, that stuff is on the land, right?
That's on the land. It's on the land.
I'm trying to see, where the hell is it?
Look over there, but you see Dar. You need to blow that up. You see Dar es Salaam? I can't. It's not blowed up. Okay, hold on. Well, I need to get my phone out because I can't see either. Let me get my phone out.
Where is it? I see Mozambique. I see Malawi, Zambia, Angola, the DR, Rwanda, Brunei, Kenya, Somalia, Uganda.
Okay, Kenya. You see Rwanda?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went there. Kenya, Rwanda. Kenya is Nairobi.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was in Nairobi.
Okay, so here's Rwanda.
Okay.
So you was flying from Kenya to Rwanda?
I flew from Kenya. I flew from Kenya to Dar es Salaam. Then I took a ferry to Zanzibar from Dar es Salaam. We took the ferry.
Zanzibar. Okay, here's Zanzibar down here.
Okay. And then I flew to Rwanda from Zanzibar. I flew to Rwanda.
There.
And then I flew back to Kenya.
Then you flew back to Kenya.
Yeah.
Now, electricity.
One day in Nairobi, it was out in the Airbnb. We was in another Airbnb because I was in one, and then my daughter wanted to go to another side of the city just to see the different parts of the city. Mm-hmm. So the more expensive one didn't have any lights that one night, and we told her, was like, no, because we were working. So I told her, I said, we need something that's going to keep our electric on. So she got us something. We didn't even need it after then, but she bought something there, and she said, this, when the lights go out, this is what we can use, but we didn't need it because we had lights all the time. Now, when we went to Rwanda, that house was up on, it was solar. right? So if it wasn't sunny, the water didn't get hot. So it was one day it wasn't sunny, right? So we had to take cold showers, right? But it was on solar, which was pretty cool because when the sun is out, which is sunny all the time, then you're going to have lights, water, and everything. Okay. So it's best to do your house on solar. And if you can do, like maybe a generator or a battery or something, you can do that.
So if it
that was the only time we was in the dark. We weren't in the dark, but one time out of the 6 weeks I was there.
If it costs $300 to rent a house for a time, what is the price to buy? Because I think that would probably be a better.
Well, Ghana, it was a time opportunity. I could have gotten an apartment for $40,000, like a 2-bedroom for $40,000. They had apartments in Tanzania. They had apartments in Ghana. You could have got one for 40. Then you looked at some houses. Some houses, depending, they went for maybe 40, 50, 60,000, just depending. Cash, or if you wanted to do, you don't go and try to like go through a bank. Okay. They want you, and sometimes they'll put you on payment plans. So the payment plan, I actually talked to a guy, one apartment was 70,000, and the payment plan he wanted to put me on, it would have been like $600 or $700. And I think sometimes it's too expensive. So you have to be very careful, even when they put you on payment plans, that the payment plan is not America's payment plan. You understand what I'm saying? Because everything is going up because everybody's moving there. So when Ghana had apartments for 30 and 40,000, you could get a whole apartment, and they put you on a payment plan, and the payment plan was still probably about $400 or $500.
So let me ask you this: when he said it's going to cost you $30,000 a year to live, what in the hell are you spending $30,000 on for just a year?
Depending on if you have an apartment already, you might be buying your apartment. You might be renting your apartment out. Depending on, I did go to Kenya, and when I went to the restaurant, you can go to a restaurant and you're gonna pay $12, $9, $10, $11, $12, $13 for a meal. Okay, so yeah, depending on if you go to a mall, they have malls in Kenya. They have very nice malls, and some of the clothes there cost just as much as America. And I'm like, I'm not paying that for a suit. This is Africa. I'm not paying. They had American prices because you had a lot of American. You had a lot of white folk in some of these malls. Okay, so they had the money. Okay, so but when I saw it, I'm like, no, I didn't come here to spend that for a suit. One time, one lady wanted me to pay for a dress. It was like $60 or $70. I'm like, hold on, I can pay that. I can get that in America. So I didn't do it. I'm just not doing it. You give me an African price. Sometimes you can go there in the market and you can negotiate. Okay, this is what I'll give you, blah, blah, blah. If they take it, good, but they're not going to let any money walk away from them at the market. They're going to take it. So if I see a nice shirt, hey, I'll give you $5 for that. I'll give you $7. I'll give you $10. They'll take it. Okay. So just depending on the mall. Now, when you went to a mall, it ran a lot of those, you see black faces, but you see white owners. Okay. So they're catering to white people. They're catering to the Chinese. They're catering to the Arabs. They're catering to the Lebanon. They're catering to people that with this. Okay. Because you got Indians there, they have money. Okay. You have the Chinese there with money. You have a lot of other cultures there with money, and they'd rather sell to them because they have money. So that's who they're catering to.
So before we go to Isaiah, I want to ask, because I heard this as well, that the corruption with police officials, building of that you got to go and grease somebody's hand for this and grease somebody's hand for that. And if you don't grease no hand, you ain't getting nothing done, even though that's their job to do it. But because you didn't grease their goddamn hand, they ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, you're gonna grease something, grease some hands. I didn't have, I wasn't driving, so we didn't get stopped. I didn't have a lot of dealings, but I've heard that even with what's that guy's name? He's Mark Meets Africa. He was talking about the corruption because he was trying to build some stuff, and he got caught up in, which is very unfortunate. But he got caught up in some stuff, and he was talking about that he had to grease some hands. So it is but you have to go. It's other places where you can go where you don't have to grease hands if you want to buy something maybe a little bit more expensive. For instance, I want to go to Madagascar. Okay, it might be a little bit more expensive, but I'm not gonna say it's less corruption. I think all of Africa, just like all America, is corrupt. I think it's corrupt nationwide, globally. I believe that
all of Africa is corrupt.
Yes, I believe that. I do believe that. I believe that.
Now, earlier, before we go to, hold on, Isaiah, because I know you want to go, but I got to get this question out before I forget. Earlier, Sister Cassie, you were saying that there are some poor countries in Africa that nobody wants to fucking go to, right?
Yeah.
Which countries are those?
I'm thinking, well, Chad, Benin. I'm looking at Sudan. Well, Sudan is in a civil war, so you got to be very careful with that. Congo is very nice, but they're in a civil war. So I'm thinking, for me, I want to say it's like Chad and Niger. They're very poor countries, even though their president is coming out and doing some things. Those are very poor countries. You got Togo, very, very poor. But Togo has land that you can buy for cheap. Let me see. Mali, very poor. So those are the very, those are the poorest. You got some little bitty countries around there in Africa also.
Mali, Niger, Chad, they look pretty big.
Yeah, they're big, but you have to understand those are a few, few of the poorest countries, though. They might look big, but Mali just, they're trying to pay off their, no, Niger is trying to pay off their debt, like Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso was very poor, but you have to understand it's not poor because they don't have the money. It's poor because of the government. So it's not because they're let me just say one thing. All of the countries in Africa have money, okay? Africa is the richest country ever, but because white folk told you it's not, you don't use your gold. You have gold. You have all of this. You can literally dig it up in your front yard. But the white folk told you that so that I can get your gold for 80%. I'm going to give you 20%. I'm going to have a contract with you where you're going to get 20% and I'm going to get 80. Okay, that's why you're poor. But America's not poor because they got rich off somebody else. So it's not the country, it's the presidents that's pocketing all that money. Ghana now is in trouble because of the president. All that money that came through Ghana, and now they billions of dollars in debt. Where did all that money come from that you got from the Americans? Okay, so it's not the country. These countries' gold have been found in Congo. Okay, Congo is the richest. Nigeria is the richest. But you have the government that's poor. I mean, the government that's so corrupt, they're not giving money to the people. So the people are hungry. They're not eating. The money is there, but it's going in somebody's pocket because they are told you cannot take care of your own. If you try, you're going to die. Why do you think they try to kill a Burkina Faso man 20 times already? Remember Sankofa, is that his name, Sankofa? He was the president before he died. They killed him. He was trying to do the same thing that Burkina Faso was doing now. He was trying to do the same thing. And they remember Gaddafi went in there, right? They killed him. He was doing the same thing, trying to have his own African money. And they killed him, right? So Burkina Faso is doing it now because it's your time. They can't kill him.
So let me ask you this, and I don't know if you know the answer to it, and I don't see no key on the map, but I'm assuming that the reason these parts are in the green, that means that that's where the trees and stuff are, and this white part is nothing but desert. Is that actual facts, or
what is that? Let me see. Is that hold on? I need to pull up the map because it's looking. I don't know what cities those are because I know Egypt. Is that Egypt?
Egypt, yeah, up here. They got a little green. It looks like a little blue.
Now you have Egypt. You got Egypt. That's in desert. Who else is that up there? I can't see
Libya,
Libya, Nigeria. Hold on, I was trying to pull.
Sudan is mostly desert. Chad,
Sudan is desert. Yes, it's a lot of desert countries. Yeah.
Mali, Mauritania.
You got a lot of desert going on.
So when we're looking at this, the desert part, you don't have no plumbing, no electricity.
Well, no, you have like Egypt is beautiful. Egypt is beautiful, but it's all the Arabs. They don't say that they're black. They are black, but Egypt will tell you that they're more Arab countries.
But they got plumbing and electricity. They're fine.
Yeah, they have plumbing. Yeah, a lot of Arab countries do have plumbing, but you still don't. You still up in the up. You're going way up. You know.
When I'm saying plumbing, I'm saying like we got here in America.
Egypt has running water. Yeah, Egypt has a little city. It's beautiful. Egypt is beautiful.
Okay, so Egypt has running water, electricity, everything like we have here in America.
Egypt, Algeria, Libya, they have running. Ethiopia, Somalia, they have running water. But you're still going up in the. If you're going far out in the the train, yeah, you're gonna still have some cities or that they have chiefs. They still have chiefs. Just like in Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, they have chiefs. You know, when you're going way out, they have the chiefs and stuff. You know, Tanzania has grass. It has grass, but it's got the bluest water ever. Tanzania, Zanzibar, the bluest water ever. It's beautiful, but you still have, the smaller cities that, some of it don't have running water.
See, this is my thing, is that me personally, I don't have the patience for corruptness. So
that's what you're gonna see a lot of that there.
If I go to a store and the price is $10 and I'm accepting to pay $10, now I get to the counter, you want to tell me it's $20, we're gonna have a problem.
Well, then that's what you say. Hey, then you let them know. I see the sign say blah blah blah. But if you go into a store that's got the price mark, they're gonna sell it to you for that. They have the malls, they have the small corner stores, the price is marked. But then you have some stores in the market that's not marked, so you don't know. So you have the kids. Hey, go in there and ask them how much that is, and I'll give you $1. You know what I'm saying? So the kids will go in there and say blah, 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 whatever they're saying, and they tell you the price, and then they come back and tell you, because I've heard it, how much it's supposed to be. So I go in there and I pull out the $2 that is whatever it's worth. Whatever I've heard them tell somebody else, I'm pulling that out, and that's what I'm giving them. But if they give me a higher price, then I'm walking out.
So then, Sister Cassie, then I'm going to ask this question. Because for me, just listening,
I'm just saying.
I can't see, because I would have a problem, because I would really, they would piss me off. You trying to cheat me, this, and this. I'm coming here for sanctuary, and you trying to rob me. It will be a problem. It will be a serious problem. And I can see me going the hell off because you're trying to rob me. And so it's like, then I have another set of mind thinking, well, then maybe we need to go to a country and take the shit over. Kill those who are in leadership, get them out the fucking way, and run it our fucking way.
You can't just go in there. You're trying to overthrow governments now.
Because I don't see a livable way. Knowing me, I just, because I would be fed up. I would be pissed. I done came all the way this way for sanctuary, and I'm getting robbed.
Okay, but you have to understand. Okay, go over there thinking that you're gonna protect your money. Okay, Emil said he got robbed. I didn't. I'm just saying I didn't. Thank God. I was very, very careful. One driver I had. And then his friend, because he couldn't make it one day, and a friend said, "Oh, I'm gonna charge you $20." I said, "No, thank you. I'll catch the little moped thing out there, because I'm not paying $20 a day for this is Africa. I'm not paying $20 a day, so no." Because his friend, he thought he was going, And then we had another guy that was trying to do $20, $25 a day. Where are you taking me to the store? Why am I paying you $25? I said no. And he was working with the Airbnb. So we reported him to the Airbnb person. Look, he's sitting up here trying to charge us $25 a day. We can catch the bula and go for $1, and you could take me around Africa. We can see the whole Africa, the whole Nairobi, downtown, and all of it for, I could ride the bike and give him maybe $5 if I wanted to. Because it was only $1 to ride it. but I can give him a $5 and say, hey, let's just ride, and he was glad. That's good money for them, $5 per ride, when you're only getting $1,
Right.
but so
Right.
I'm just saying, Emil, how you get robbed, Emil? What, how much you go to Captain? You didn't know the money. I knew the money. I'm just saying. I'm gonna say, okay, how much is this? And 50. They had a bill. I wish I had some. They had a bill that looked. It says 50. So I'm like, is that $50? They said no, that's 50 cents. So you had to know the money. You have to know the money. Okay. So I was good on that money. One lady was telling me whatever it was, 80 whatever meant $8, and I said no, you can keep that because I knew the value. I knew the money. I'm not paying you $8 for a soda when I know what a soda costs because I didn't bought it. I said no, you can put that back. So no, you have to. They're gonna try it. That's it. It is what it is.
Well, let me ask you this last question, Sister Cassie. How are hospitals funded?
Wow, hospitals. You get sick, you're gonna pay cash.
They don't even have free hospitals.
No, unfortunately, no. But the white Europeans do.
Wow.
You're gonna pay for it getting sick. Yeah, and if you can't pay, you're gonna stay there till you can.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, Nicole, welcome. I'm just saying. But my thing is, anything is still better than America. I'm just sorry. I believe that the peace of mind. You go there. It's so many different continents. If you don't like one, go to another one. It don't cost that much to you could either get a ferry or you can fly. A lot of people like Egypt. I don't want to be around all the. I just don't want to go to Egypt for me. A lot of people like Liberia. It just depends. Angola and was it Angola, Algeria, whatever it's called. So it's just depending. It's so many places to go. Tanzania, I was there. It was fine, but I wasn't gonna let them rob me. When they would tell me a price, I would give them a price. Okay, I'll give you this. You take it or leave it, and they're not gonna let no money walk out the door. They're not. They're not.
Oh boy, see, I'll be over in Africa whipping ass. Ain't no goddamn way. Ain't no goddamn way. Ain't no way.
Some places you need a visa, just depending, Nicole. Like Kenya had a visa, but it serviced Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, Zanzibar, and it was one more place. I can't even think of it. One more place that had Ebola, so I wasn't able to go out. I can't even think of it because they did take my money though, because I had already bought a ticket and we couldn't go. And it took so long for them to get back to us. We kind of lost our money on that one, but it was okay.
So you gotta buy their visa. Your American visa don't get you in. You gotta buy their visa.
Well, I have a passport, but you still need a visa. Yes, for some countries. Like I paid $150 for Kenya, and Kenya, serviced all the others. But Rwanda, when I went to Rwanda, I had to pay another $125, I think it was, for their visa. But now they're trying to get it so you globally you could use, your American passport. You don't need a visa. They're trying to make it bring down the walls and no more visas. But right when I went, I had to buy 2 visas.
Wow.
Which was $150. So that's what, $300 for visas. Yep. So you count your cost. And some if you don't want to travel around, you can just stay. Kenya's Nairobi is nice. It's beautiful. I mean, I've stayed there in an Airbnb. Like I said, I paid $25 for one, a very nice one, and it was a penthouse. It was very nice. And then we went to another side of the city, which was more, had more foreigners, and that was, I think, $50. My daughter, she wanted to, stay in another part, so I think one was 50, and then we stayed in another one which was 60. So just depending on what you want to pay, you can pay as far as $70 to $80. You can pay, but why would I do that when I can go on that side of town and just catch the little bus over there to the other side of town and go and shop at the mall if I wanted to go? But I didn't want to go to the mall. I could go to the mall in the States. Wow. I wanted to be amongst the people. So I chose $23 a night.
Sister Nicole, welcome to the program, Peace and Blessings. We are glad that you are here. She says, do you have to have a visa every time you travel?
Depending on if you're going to, I went to Nairobi. I had a visa, but the visa that I had, it serviced Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and Zanzibar. So I didn't have to buy those 3, but I did have to buy the one for Rwanda. So yeah, you have to check beforehand. But I checked that before I left the city. And some of them you can get there, but I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to get it ahead of time. I didn't want to no hold up. So I got mine there. Checked, and the shots I only had one shot, which was the yellow fever. But they'll tell you get this, and I didn't do all that. I didn't need it, so I did do the yellow fever, and I do suggest you get the yellow fever one. Yeah.
Wow.
But
Wow.
I wasn't outside. We went to the natural park. It was, and I'm gonna tell you, when we went to natural park, this was so funny because the guide, right? We paid each person $40, and then we had to pay his way in. We didn't even know it because when we got to the gate, he said, "Oh, it's gonna be $130 or something." And I looked at, because I'm paying 40, you for that's 80. I said, "Well, where's the extra at?" I'm asking because they won't ask. And we ended up having to pay his way in, which I'm like, you're sponsoring the trip. Why you didn't get in for free? So it was kind of iffy there. That was the main, that was a little issue for me, because you didn't tell us that, your price say blah, 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 but we in the car, what we gonna do? You see,
Right.
So we did have that one little issue, but we kind of talked about him a little bit on that one. So I had something to say with that one. So that was a little good little conversation.
And Nicole says, if you go back, do you have to purchase the visas all over again?
Yes. If I go back, I'll have to have one, since I'm going to 3 others. One, let me change that. Depending on where you go. If I go back to Nairobi, yes. If I go back to, yeah. So just depending every time you leave and come back, you got to pay for another visa. It'll be good for like 3 months. Say if I go somewhere else and I have a Kenya visa for 3 months, that'll be good for 3 months. Okay. Or you can get a re-entry visa. Okay. That means that I'm going to multiple countries, but I'm coming back to here. So I didn't have to pay for a visa to get back into the city. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So as long as if you're staying for 6 months or 90 days, then for 90 days, I don't have to pay for a re-entry visa because I'm going to acquire a re-entry visa. So it'll, be good for 90 days. So I can go here, 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 here. And as long as I have visas for every country that I'm going to. But they're trying to pull that down now. So I don't see that staying up too much longer for some countries.
All
Because
right.
it's all about money. That's how you know that they're not broke. Because there's so many people that visit Africa and all of these people getting visas. Where's this money going?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, the corruption is real. But that's everywhere you go, though.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, Brother Isaiah, I know you've been chomping at the bit to jump in. Go ahead and let's hear your amazing comment.
No, I've been just tripping off of what needs to be done in Africa. I didn't know it was like that. My brother and family live in South Africa, and I know that it's nice down there based on what he's saying. There's also a country that speaks Spanish. I forget what it is.
Oh,
But
really? South Africa?
Huh?
You said in South Africa? Really?
No. Yeah, well, no, not South Africa. They don't speak Spanish. There's another country whose native language is Spanish.
Oh, okay.
So, but there's a lot of work that need to be done, and I'm just tripping off of the brother that he had on the video. That a lot of people are just going without thinking, and that's disturbing.
They are so disgusted with America. They just want to be free.
Yeah, but yeah,
But
like
you go there. A lot of times you lose your mind, but go there holding on to your money because you're gonna go there building. But my thing is, I tell you to build your relationship, have your online business now. So when you go there,
Right.
your business is flowing. Don't wait till you get there and then you try to establish a restaurant. Well, how you know they're gonna support that restaurant? So just don't. That's what a physical building. You don't want to do that. You want to have like a marketing team that you're mixed, in with, and you have your business flowing here. So don't wait till you get there to do it. That's what I'm saying, like a brick and mortar.
Right. So my thing is that I've been throughout the world basically. You know what I mean? I'm not a traveler like that. You know what I mean? But the Dominican Republic is my promised land. You know what I mean? So I found long before I even started traveling. You know what I mean? It just makes sense to budget. You make sense. It's just mind boggling that the guy was saying people go there They don't know the ass from the hole in the ground. They don't understand the culture. If there's a different language, they don't understand the language. If there's a cultural differences, what they are in respect to America.
Yeah.
And it's just mind-boggling that whoever you are, whether black, white, or whatever, that you don't think. You just go 3, 4, 5, 6 kids.
Yeah.
You're gonna uproot them from the school, from their homeland that they only know about. And I speak highly of the continent of Africa, but I just sent you something off of X talking about how bad the Congo is, Brother Marie. And it just, I wouldn't go there to save my fucking life, man. There's just
But
some places.
who said
And
that? You have to understand where you're getting your information from. Right now, the Congo is amazing. I've had people that live there. The Congo, I've not been, but that's a place. But they're in the civil war right now. But you have to
right,
understand, anywhere America got their hands in, it's gonna be bad.
yeah, right. But I was born and raised in America and raised here. The greater part of my life was here, right? So I understand that there are certain parts that are dangerous that you don't go if you don't know
Living in
nothing
America.
about that particular area. That's just common sense. And so, in looking at how I decided to come to the Dominican Republic, I was prepared. At the least, you gotta have at least $1,500 a month just to be comfortable here. You can find it's not in the best of shape, but here in the in the Dominican Republic, the poor areas are I go to the poor areas when I go to my gym. I just cut right on through. I've been here for so long that people know me when I cut through. But these are the nicest people, man. You feel what I'm saying? And I've been through some of the so-called roughest, toughest wannabe barrios here. But nobody fuck with me because, not to say that they don't or wouldn't. I'm not that much of a fucking fool. But the idea is that I grew accustomed to the culture here, to the language here, to the people here, and all of that.
So is
And
there
so,
crime there in the Dominic? Is there crime there in the Dominic?
yeah, of course, there's killing going on every motherfucking way.
Everywhere. Same with
Yeah,
that.
raping.
Everywhere.
You know what I mean?
Everywhere.
Yeah, so it ain't perfect, but
Mm.
you learn what tree to climb. And
Right. And you'll learn that too when you go to Africa. You have to go. I was, even when I got there, they said, hey, you went past the slummiest part, the part where you don't go if you're a visitor.
right,
And they told me, hey, that's not the place you need to go. I had no place. I wasn't going there anyway because that's
right.
not a place where
At
I'm.
least you're aware of it, right?
Right. But I was aware of it, but I wasn't afraid when I went. I'm more scared of here than I was there because I was there by
Right,
myself for a week.
right.
My
Oh,
daughter
really? Okay.
came later, but I wasn't
Right,
scared. I walk around and amongst the people. Didn't have my phone because they say hey, don't have your phone, but I had it out. I was taking pictures and I was, boom, internet and everything. But I didn't have any. I wasn't worried about that. I don't. I
right,
wasn't. I felt safe.
right.
I was just like one of them. Just as long as I don't talk, they didn't know I wasn't African. They didn't know
But
that.
thank God.
You open your
Yeah,
mouth,
but
stop talking. We
right,
all
right. No, I feel you. I feel you. But for me, when I first came here, I stayed for about 2 weeks at a hotel, and then slowly but surely, because I had my family here, not my wife. With my wife, I'm talking about extended family. So I learned the ropes. And you own a motherfucking island, you can only go around in a circle. You can't get lost, man. You know what I mean? If you get lost on a fucking island, you're about a dumb motherfucker. You go around in a circle, or you go in the L shape, or in the T shape, or whatever. Just remember that shit. But anyway, I did my homework, and the first apartment that I had, it was like $180. It was like years ago, like decades ago. So, but I'm still
they ain't doing
amazed
that now.
that a 2 bedroom, 1 bath, 1,200 square foot apartment costed about $220, so it didn't go up that much. And a 5,000 square foot lot, depending on where it's at, And depending on who's selling it, because you got to be very careful when you come here. I'm not saying you're going to get ripped off. I'm just saying be aware. And that 5,000 square mile, that 5,000 square foot lot run you about $50,000, man. In a nice area, middle class area, upper middle class area. So when you go into the high class, really expensive home, then now you kind of talking. But when you buy a house, it's only worth what it costs to build, and you can find another person who pay more than you found a sucker. Now, one of the things that I've looked at, I was looking at Brother American Sister Castle, homes in Burkina Faso, right? They had if I remember correctly, it wasn't like a couple of days ago. I looked, it like 5,000 square foot home. Do you know how much they were? And I checked and rechecked and double checked. You know how much that motherfucker house cost? 230 million American dollars. I said, you don't lost your motherfucking mind. So I went to the email and wrote to this person. I was like, have y'all lost your fucking mind about this? Y'all need to come here to the Dominican Republic. Because I can swear to God, you can buy a square lot, 50,000, and build your 5,000 square foot home with all the trimmings for another $60,000 to $70,000, and then turn around and sell it to Americans that might want to buy it for, $300,000. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say is that I did my homework. It ain't like, oh, I got my family. It'll be all right. I'm all good. No, if I can't feel comfortable here with the people, with the lifestyle, you know what I mean, then it's not worth me going somewhere like the Congo or like wherever the problem may be. I don't know. Um, then I'm taking a bigger risk than what I want to do, because the hospitals gotta be up to par. Uh, the crime gotta be real low, not perfect, and whatever else. Now, one of the things that I do know, what is it called? It's an insurance that you can get. It'll come to me in a minute. It's an insurance that you can get before you leave the America, or within 100 square miles, within 100 miles of your home. It'll pay you $500 a day for a hospital stay, plus giving you $50,000 right up front to cover your expenses, whatever they may be. MedJet Assist is called. MED Jet JET Assist. Now, if you're traveling outside of America, I would highly advise to get that, because your family need to be flown back, and you don't have nothing. That can cost you 100,000, 200,000, 300. It really depends on the situation. But what I liked about MedJet Assist, when I first got it, because I don't need it now, is that it's minimal, very minimal. I think I paid like maybe $50 a month for something like that. But the benefits that come with it is that if I was like here in the Dominican, I got hurt, and I need to be flown back to my favorite hospital in Chicago, they fly you back. They stabilize you, like I was saying, they give you $500 a day, and all of that good stuff. So even if you're in Togo or South Africa or wherever, then that jet that they got, medical jet, will fly your way back to wherever you want to go. And that can cost you, good God Almighty, money. So I would suggest that anybody that travels, they get MedJet Assist. Make sure your shit is tight. Make sure you do your homework on wherever you're gonna be, whether it be for 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, and you get in contact with the embassy, the U.S. Government embassy, U.S. embassy, and let them know where you are and all of that, and just make sure your shit is airtight. Because if you don't, you fucked. That's all I got to say. But I would highly recommend anybody that want to come to the Dominican Republic, get in contact with me. I especially in the city where we live at, Puerto Plata, and you have a nice time. I know the people. I got connections and all of that, and you're not gonna have no problem, Sister Cassie. But I mean, you ain't gonna have no problem. So I'll throw it back at you.
All right, thank you, Brother Isaiah. I want to read this real quick, and we got a short clip I want to play. But this thing that Isaiah sent me from Twitter, dealing with the Congo, because I think Queen, I know who I am. I think she mentioned something about the Congo. And so this right here, Congo in crisis, Christians massacred, women raped, children enslaved. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is one of the world's most dangerous places, especially for women and children. Last month, ISIS-linked ADF terrorists beheaded 70 Christians in a church as they pushed to control eastern Congo. Sexual violence is rampant, with 895 rapes reported in 2 weeks of February. In October, M23 rebels overran Goma, leading to mass rape of 150 female prisoners. Many of them were burned alive. Armed groups now raid hospitals, kidnap patients, and force hundreds of thousands to flee. M23 rebels control most of Goma, displacing civilians as they battle government forces. Meanwhile, a mystery disease in northwestern Congo has killed 60 people within a day. Tests for Ebola and Marburg were negative, leaving doctors without answers. At the same time, children as young as 4 mine cobalt, a key material for batteries. Despite global outcry, China controls 80% of these mines, profiting from forced labor. Congo crisis is more than minerals. I don't know the truth of those things. It has not been vetted information. Does any of that sound kind of right, partly right, or no way near right?
You know what? I know right now, mute your thing, Azura. I know right now the Congo is in a civil war. Okay. Just like Somalia is in a civil war, Sudan. Oh, they're in a civil war. And a lot of times you have to understand the Congo is they're worth millions. Okay. So you have to understand who sent that disease there. Just like Ebola, you have to understand where it came from. Okay, Dr. Fauci was over there, Bill Gates was over there, and Dr. Fauci had his hands, had his hands in everything. So every disease, you link it back to him that happened in America, in Africa. The HIV, whose hand was in it? Dr. Fauci. Ebola, Dr. Fauci. COVID, Dr. Fauci. You have to understand where this stuff coming from and why do they want to kill the people on the continent? Why is it that everything they say happens there? Bill Gates has been over there and have destroyed Black women's wombs, okay? Killed millions of babies, okay? So you have to understand. They still don't understand how dangerous this man is. And they still, just like Kenya, you have to understand Kenya, his president sold out, told Bill Gates, okay, you can come there and put digital IDs in the babies, and told they can vaccinate the women. So I'm looking for them to be sterilized, and those babies going to be murdered. So, but it was a panel that's connected to the government said, no, Bill Gates won't be coming. So far, he's not coming, which is super good. It's amazing that they just, had that board that said, no, we're not going to allow it. But you have to understand, it's always a connection when you see civil war happening. America has had their hands in it. The French have had their hands in it. Okay. That's not happening in Burkina Faso because now they've kicked out everybody. So they're more in charge of their own land. I just sent you some apartments for Ghana. That was $200. You know what I'm saying? And they're very nice, so you have to go. Don't take my word for it. I want you to go and visit, pick your place and just go and enjoy it. Because I'm going in November. I don't care. I'm going back. I'm going in November to reestablish some things I have been working on already. And I'm going to go back and I'll let you know what's going on.
Definitely. All right, we want to go to these two videos I got, which are two, because I'm going to show this, and then I'm going to show the video Sister Cassie sent me. But let's check this sister out. Let's back it up a little bit.
It put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths because they come and they thinking that they're returning to something that doesn't exist anymore.
There are Americans coming over here being nasty, doing nasty things, and being bad to the locals. Now, let me flip the script, okay? Let's talk about the fact that we get abused over here too. Y'all invited us to come home, which
I want to stop right there first, because she said something that reminded me of Liberia, where we go, and she said, Black Americans come over there and do some nasty things, do things that we should not be doing. You can't go with a mindset of the cracker.
Right.
You should not be doing that.
And that's
So
what we're doing.
I don't know the details, but with her just saying, we come over here and doing some nasty stuff, needs to stop. It needs to stop.
You have some things we trying to treat them. Let me just say, we trying to treat them the way white folk treat us here. We're brothers. We're brothers and sisters. You don't just go over there with an empty mind. I didn't go over there for anything but freedom and healing. That's why I went. I didn't have any problems. I go to the airport. I talk to people on the street, and Kenya, they talk English. So I felt comfortable. I didn't have nobody mean-eyeing me. I didn't have nobody trying to rip me off. I didn't have nobody trying to rob me. I didn't go to the bank at night. When I went to the bank, the police sometimes is standing outside the ATM, so I felt very comfortable. I didn't feel, but a lot of times, what am I going to the bank for? I'm not going to the bank because you need to have your money with you, because it costs you to convert that money. So I'm not going to go to the bank. I don't need to. So you have your money, not all of it on you. You're going to have your little hiding spots, and you just going, you don't need to take out $500. You don't need to carry that around in your pocket. Why would I do that? I'm in another country, but I never felt that I was going to get robbed. I didn't get robbed, and I'm walking by myself, but we do go over there, but you have to understand, you're going to have some people over there that's going to be coons, and they're going to try to look crazy at you. I didn't have that problem, but I've heard people that have. Everybody's experience is different. How you treat them is how they treat you. Remember that. How you treat them is how they're going to treat you. You go there looking crazy, acting the fool. Yeah, you're going to run into some crazy stuff. Nobody's perfect. No country is perfect. America's not even perfect. We cheat each other here. Right?
Yep, it happens here. It does. All right, let's continue with the video.
by the thousands we did. We came running to Ghana. People sold their homes, moved out of their apartments, sold everything. Some people packed up containers and moved over here just to get over here and realize this is not our home. Y'all call us foreigners. Ghanaians call us that. We didn't make that word up. We didn't start calling ourselves that. We don't know that that's what y'all call the white people and the Chinese because we're not around them. But we know that that's what y'all call us. I ain't never heard the word before, Tabi, till I came to Ghana. Okay. Y'all invite us home. Let's talk about what y'all do to us and how this process looks to me. According to y'all, the ones of us that were stolen, so let's talk about the process of coming home. We got stolen from our mother, our birth mother and father. 20 years later, we're probably 26 years old now. Our mother finds us and she said, baby, y'all come home. I miss you. Come back home. Get out them streets where they don't love you at and come home. So we drive, take a taxi, however we get to our mother's address, we get there. But before she let us come to the door, she says, oh, welcome home. But before you come in, can you pay me $300 to enter the door? That's the visa to come home. So, okay, we happy to be home. So we paid $300 to our mother to step foot in her house because we're excited to be home to the motherland, okay? We get in there and now it's dinner time. And she has plates on the table for the kids that grew up in the house. And she has a plate on the table for me and my sister who was stolen years ago. And she says, oh, my daughters, because you didn't grow up here, my children get to eat free that grew up here, but because you were stolen and you're just coming back, I have to charge you $20 for a plate. So me and my sister, we're so happy to be home. We're confused. We pay her $20 for a plate. Okay. That's the cocoon shit. That's y'all giving us different prices for shit. Okay. Now we're at our mother's house and we're enjoying being there. We see something's a little weird, but we enjoy being back home with our mother. We decide we want to stay. And she goes, oh, you want to stay a little longer? You're going to have to pay me $1,000 every year to stay here. That's the residency. Now we're paying her for residency, even though she invited us home after we were stolen from her. Okay. Now we pay the residency, and then we decide, you know what, we want to get on the birth certificate. We kind of like it here. It's a little weird, but we comfortable enough to stay here. And she tells us, oh, in order for you to stay here, I have to put my name on your birth certificate. That's going to be $3,000 each, please. And then I will put your name on the birth certificate and you will become a family member. That's the citizenship. That's the citizenship. So how are we home if we got to pay y'all? Why aren't the visas free? If this is home, why don't you make this visa free for us? If this is home, why do we have to pay to be a resident? If this is home, why isn't our citizenship automatically given to us?
Very powerful sentiments from brothers and sisters from the West, our African brothers, the diaspora.
And you know how we do.
But
Keep it up.
Samuel L. Jackson made it back to the continent. Yes, he came to shoot a documentary, The Enslaved.
Sister Cassie?
Yes. Okay. For one, I can vouch for the visas. I only paid $150. I did pay $150 to go to two, but several was attached to the one. So I mean, I don't know that part. I wasn't charged $300 for one visa. The meals, depending on where you ate, the meals could be either $10 or $12. Okay. Reentry. They have citizenship now. I don't know what year she did that. Maybe 2 or 3 years. 2 years ago, I think. Maybe I seen that same video. Maybe a year ago. But right now they have free citizenships. They're opening up. Like I said, Burkina Faso was saying if you're Black, come on. They're not. I don't know if they're charging, but I know they're allowing you to come back now. So I don't know about the $3,000. Could be. I don't know. Just depending on where you're gonna land. I'm not going to Ghana. I wouldn't touch Ghana. That's for me. But you can get retirement visas. You can get different places. They offer retirement visas. They offer several business visas. They offer permanent visas. If you're going, well, not permanent visas. They call it something else. Priority visas, meaning that if you're going to be there for 3 months, but you can get an extended stay. So it just depends on what you want. Just depend. So every experience is different. I still say come and visit. Go visit.
So the visa where she had to pay $1,000 a month or a year or whatever because you over or extending your visa.
Then I don't know how much. I don't know. I didn't stay that long to do that. It could be, but like right now, they're giving you citizenship. So go somewhere where they're giving you that citizenship. Okay, you have to check that stuff out before you go. It's on the websites.
Mm-hmm.
How much it's going to cost you for a visa. It's on the website how much it's going to cost you. Because I know some places you have to get, like, for instance, if you want to get like a resident, permanent residency, you're gonna have to pay. But I think you do have to get an attorney, but I don't know if it's $3,000. I don't know. I can't speak on that part. I haven't tried that part yet. Because when I go, it's gonna be on a retirement visa. So mine won't be. I think depending on where I go, it is $1,000 for that visa though, if I'm not mistaken. So she could be right about that 1,000, but I don't know 3,000. I don't know. So just depending on where you go.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah. So, but Burkina Faso was saying that if you attach yourself to ADDI, enjoying their membership, and I think their membership a year is like $300 or something like that. I think $365, something like that. That you can get a citizenship there. But he said, if you black, come on. That's the the best part about it. But everybody's experience. Just go and do your research before you go. Go somewhere. Just go and sit up there and listen to other people, because sometimes you don't know. Even when I went to Panama, I was investigating Panama, and the visas there was, I think, 1,000 also. So it's just different depending on where you're going. But make sure that you're gonna get an attorney. If you're gonna do this, get an attorney there. Just don't go there and try to do this on your own, because you're dealing with people that know you coming, and they're gonna get you. But you got some honest people. You just have to, just like, for instance, I was going to Panama, right? I know we're not talking about Africa, but this is the experience I had in Panama. And I was trying to get a ride from the airport to the room, right? And I talked to one guy. I talked to three people. I talked to two Spanish guys, and they was trying to charge me a whole lot more than the black couple. So I found a black couple, and they rolled me around. They took me everywhere I wanted to go. My daughter was coming in later, so they even took me out, and they brought me back, picked her up, and then we went to eat. And I paid much of nothing compared to what the Mexican guys. So you shop around. You don't get the first person. You shop around, and people know people. So if you get there, you get into Facebook groups now. So where you're going, get into Facebook groups, and hey, how much is this? How much is this? Don't go there and you've not joined and got no information. You don't have nothing to relate it to. Get in a Facebook group. They'll tell you how much the visas was. They'll tell you how much the cab you should pay. They'll tell you all of this stuff. So don't go over there and not do your research. Do your research. That's what anything you do. Please don't get over there and get broke because you don't know. Ignorance is not bliss when you're in another country. And I'm cheap and I'm stingy with my money when I go to another country. Trust and believe that. I didn't get robbed, not Nantown. I didn't get scammed, not Nantown, because I asked 5 or 6 people. I need to know, what's this? How much is this? How much is this? How much is it? I'm asking. Don't be afraid to ask. You don't know, you don't know. But you don't know what you don't know. But you better ask till you do know.
I know that's right.
You can get my money. I work too hard for it.
Mm-hmm.
You buy some land, you make
Not
sure.
my agent.
But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So these are apartments. Sis Cassie, you want to break it down before I push play?
Those are apartments down there. Those are apartments.
Okay. And what country are they in?
These are in Ghana.
Okay. All right. So let's push play.
And Calvin, looking like security detail, he told me he had some special places for me to see, and they were close to the beach. And I said, let me see them. I was so impressed, you guys. I can't wait for you to see the inside. These are 2-bed, 2-bathroom executive apartments that are very close to the mall. You know we need that mall and shopping for only $199 a month. And I'm bringing this as a series because we've got a lot like these. This is one of my favorites. The kitchen, listen, you guys, modern updates. Look how clean that kitchen is. The appliances, nothing, super easy and cheap to get. And the hallway is very large. Okay, I would say if I'm eyeballing it, the square footage is around close to 2,000 square feet. And that's being conservative, but you have so much room to do a home office and so much more here. And remember, this is very close of a drive to the beach, as well as a short walk to the mall. As I said before, I'm going to be showing all of these apartments in a series called Stay Close to the Beach, because Ghana's got the best real estate market. And this isn't a cry, you guys. It's prime. If you want to do your Airbnb location, you know this is a prime, lucrative location. And you can go to the mall. GTFOA is making your move to Ghana easy, and I'm even helping you furnish your place. So check the caption below and become a member today.
Now, there are some apartments already furnished, depending on where you're going. Okay, so that's what you want to look for. Some apartments that are already furnished.
Now, Queen says, is the area safe that they were just showing?
The area, I think I didn't, like I said, I didn't have a problem. To me, it was. What do you call safe? I was walking in the midst of everybody. and I was on the what side was, you got the west side and you south side, you got east side. I was just, I didn't have any problems. So I think Africa for me is safer than America. So I don't know that what I call safe, you may not call safe. I just, I don't know how to answer that. I think it's safer than here. Police aren't killing you. I'm just saying. I didn't have any problems with the police. I'd talk to them. Hey, how you doing? They at the gate. Hey, how y'all doing? I didn't have any problems with them. So.
Okay. And so this one is just a picture?
It didn't open up for you?
No, it's not. I still got it on play, but.
Oh, wow. Hold on.
That's all you just hear the music.
Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. Let me get your other. Hold on. Let's see.
Isaiah.
I just sent another one.
Oh, you did? Okay. What is the apartments like in your country where you at?
They're nice. They're nice. You can go to Dominican Republic, apartments for rent or whatever you want to look for. They'll have you. They'll have samples or examples of it. It's really nice here. So Costamba is really nice. There's so many places.
$2,000. I mean, some people pay less, some people pay more. Meanwhile, we're over here paying thousands per month. There's no. Also, when you're trying to get a place to rent, you don't have to prove that you make 2 times the rent. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Now, I want to see. Let's watch that again.
You can pay your rent one time and it pays for the whole year. And
it's like $240 a month, I think, something like that. Is that what it is for $2,800?
You pay more. Meanwhile, we're over here paying thousands per month. There's no such thing as a credit score. Also, when you're trying to get a place to rent, you don't have to prove that you make 3 times the rent. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Yes, Queen, I am still in America, most definitely. My camera now.
I went to Africa when I went to I think it was Nairobi. I went into an apartment because like I said, I was looking for Airbnb. And I went to do 2 different ones. One was 400 and one was 500. So just depending on the area. Yeah. And the one for 500 was probably because they knew I was from America. But theirs was going for 400. But then when I went into another area, it was going for 350. So just depending on the areas and so it just depends. You just keep looking until you find the deal that you want.
I think that for the majority of our people, we can't afford to move to Africa. For the majority, you would definitely have to either be well off or have your retirement that's good and stable. But Sister Cassie, did you use the banks there? How is the banking system there?
The banking I use. Well, if you want to get, you can actually get a bank account if you want. You can get a bank account. I want to say, going inside the bank, I didn't have a problem going inside to get money. But like I said, a lot of times you want to get it from the airport, and they do have like little stations where you can go and convert your money over. But you just have to know the conversion. Okay. And they'll help you with that. Once you want to get the money, they'll put it in a machine and then you tell them how much you want to get out. and you can convert your money that way at the airport. And that's why I did mine. I did it at the airport. It's just safer, converting your money over that way for me.
What about retirees who, they get their money direct deposited to the bank account here in America? Would they have to switch banks to go?
I'm going to have a bank here and there, so yeah. And you have your bank card, you can use your bank card anywhere, but I would have two accounts. I would have one with a checking account, and you can transfer that money into another account and just let it be whatever you got in that one account. You know what I'm saying? Don't put extra in that account, because you never know. That's what whenever you travel, I always have an extra card, one with just my travel, just enough so I can transfer money as I need it. I didn't have any problems, but just make sure you have two checking accounts. And like I said, you guys can go over there, and just like I was going to Panama, I was going to do Airbnb. I was going to do Airbnb in Africa, just trying to see which way. So my thing is Airbnb for me. That may not be for everybody. You decide. It's up to you what you want to do. You can have an online business, a marketing business, create it now. So you don't have to be rich. You just have to have some kind of business. Whatever business, if you want an online store, okay, you can, online store, online business, selling different items, and you're already going to have that, and you're going to be catering to nationwide, global. It's just not going to be Africans. That's what I'm saying. You want to do something online that is you're not just going to be selling to Africans. Airbnb is global. Okay.
So the everyday Black American, regular everyday Black American, your thoughts on, would they be able to make it in Africa?
Absolutely, because there's so much opportunity. You can have a laundromat, you guys. You can pay $400.
But the question I have to ask, because even go back to Africa, guys, they couldn't make it. If you're not already successful here in America, you're not going to go to Africa and be successful. If you're failing here, and that's why I said the everyday African, the everyday Black person. You're not the everyday Black person. I'm not the everyday Black person. Isaiah is not the everyday everyday Black person.
Everyday Black people. Let me see. What would I say?
Do you think that they can make it?
Oh, Lord, that's hard to answer. I think, like me, I don't know how, because I would find a business. Let me just say, for me, I would find a business that you can invest in that's already operating. I'm just saying, you can help that way. I don't know if every day, I think you can do anything. If you want to get out of America, if you create your own business, can you create an online business? That costs $50. So how bad you want out? But you're going to start it now. I think they can. Maybe, I don't know. What do you think? You saying no?
I don't think they can. I just have to be very honest.
Oh, wow.
I don't think they can. I would want them to be able to, but the reality says they can't, because dealing with the corruption, just even though you have corruption here, and you have systematic corruption,
systematic racism, yeah.
When you're thinking about sanctuary and you're running from here to there, you're thinking about a different level of peace and security, a level of comfort that's not there, because you're coming from a mindset and a reality that when you flick the light is going to come on. When you turn the water going to come on. Go to the bathroom, you have all of these conveniences that unfortunately make you comfortable. And our level of comfortability and our level of expectation to take that up to go to Africa is not going to be met when you're dealing with a populace who most of them wait for a check to come in. In Africa, there ain't no check coming in. Ain't no welfare coming in. Ain't no safety net coming in. Ain't no, my child gets sick, I go to the hospital, I ain't got to worry about it. That don't exist. So you're coming into a different level of being. You're coming into a different level of being that our people are not prepared to live in. When we watch the video of the Black woman walking around in the circle, talking about this and that, about the different levels of difficulty, these are already established people who took their retirement, who did this and did that, and were able to get up, sell what they got, get up and go to another country and try it out. And they're not doing 100% like they would like to be doing, but it's manageable because they already have achieved a certain level right here in America that the majority of our people have not. And the majority of our people would have a very hard time. I mean, just think about it. We take Ray Ray and Pookie from the projects, ship their ass over there to Africa, and say, make it on your own. And there's just, they can't. And this is why I said in the beginning, when the dude from Ghana clarified what the president said and said, no, this ain't for the everyday average Black American. This is for those who are rich, who are well established, who can do for their own and not have to rely on the system. So Africa, and this is why I said that if I had to go to Africa and live, I got to overturn a whole government. So that's why I said, well, which one is the poorest government? Because I got to kill all of their asses just so that we can set up and to be right, where there'll be real freedom, justice, and equality, and none of the corruption. We would have to kill a whole government off because they're so used to being what they are, and it's been accepted. That's why I said for me, I would have a hard time because I'll be ready to fight. I'm ready to fight. Here I go looking for sanctuary, and that's not what I'm finding. I'm finding corruption. I'm finding thievery. I'm finding everything except what I imagined. And when I read the book, Coates' book, I forget the name of it, but his daddy told him in the book, Africa is dead, and we have to cancel how we saw Africa in our minds because that's not the reality. That's not the reality. The reality is something totally different than what we've been thinking it is. And so you have to be decently, I ain't gonna say well, but you have to be decently established here in America to go over there and be able to not struggle, but be able to maintain on whatever level that equals out to.
Okay, well, let me ask you. Let me say one more thing. I've seen a young man. It may not even have to be Africa, but it could be somewhere. For instance, this young man that I just sent you, he saved up 3 months of like $3,000. No. I changed that back. He saved up like $12,000. Right? He went to Thailand. Okay, he's in Thailand now, and he paid up his rent for a whole year. And he's, he took that money that he made, and he said he goes back and forth. He went to Thailand. He's living there now. And you might want to play the last one that I sent you. And he talks about how, and I'm just saying it may not be, it could be where you save up money also and go over there and pay your rent up for a whole year. And that could help you to get established in something, or you can go to Thailand. But my thing is, if you go to Africa, you can at least get your own business. They need, it's so much over there. For instance, if you want, say like you want to sell solar panels. You have, people here. You can connect with a business here and go over there and sell the solar panels to the people that are building the houses. Okay. Contract yourself out. You can contract yourself out to the government. You can do contracts like that. So there is an opportunity. Somebody here that's, say for instance, if you know how to do the internet and contract yourself out with the government there. So that's not something that can't be done. I believe that, you have guys here doing the mechanics, building, fixing on your cars and stuff. You can go there and do that. It's just different businesses. They need, like, say for instance, you do a laundromat. Okay. It doesn't cost that much. Contract yourself out, or you can get a small little store. Okay. That's like under apartment. People are looking for stuff like that. Okay. That doesn't take a whole lot of money to do in Africa, but like I'm saying, it's things you have to use. Like somebody asked about the bakery. Yes, you could do something totally different. You could, just like Queen said, Panama. You can go to Panama, Costa Rica. Black folk going all over the country. You have to use your mind. You have to think outside the box. If you want to be free, you're gonna think of something to do. It's not like America where you can't go and get your own business. You can go and get your own. You can have you a small mom and pop shop in Africa on the corner. They need that. You can go and get, but my thing is, just make sure that you have, like he said, have some money, but have some extra money. Like, for instance, investing in Bitcoin. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Where you have a little extra money, you have your $12,000, $15,000, but your Bitcoin is over here still growing. So you got your money is growing while you're still there getting ready. You can spend probably $400 and open up your mom and pop store over there. Okay. You got to start somewhere. I wouldn't dare just sit here and be like, man, I'm just stuck. They killing us. And, I would go visit, go visit while you're working. Know how much money, go over there and see how much money you're going to make. Pick a city. If you want to go to Kenya, pick your city, go visit. They have Airbnbs. I know a young lady who still has her Airbnb. She charges $25 to $30 for hers. I'm telling you, and it's very nice. I went to her. I will go back and I would rent hers out. I'm just saying. So I'm just saying, I wouldn't just sit here, think outside the box and think of what you can create. It doesn't take that much to create a small business. Get with somebody that's already, I think, Go Black, a guy was in business already. He just, invested in that dude's business. He's paying him back. He said the dude's doing very well. His business was already established and he was young, and he had a video of how many other people that needed you to even help with them to come together and support their business. You can do it that way. So it's so many ways of doing this, and I'll let you play that.
Yeah, let me say this. I'm sorry. Let me say this. One of the things I like about future kids, but one of the things I like about the Dominican Republic is so cheap here. As long as you're on from the tip of your finger to the bottom of your what do you call it, your armpit, that's how long. And the Puerto Rican attest to that. That's how long the salmon is. Your seafood is really cheap here, and that salmon from your fingertip to the armpit is $20. So there's a lot of things that are really, really cheap here. Other things that are a little bit more expensive, but not more expensive than America. It's a lot cheaper. On top of that, you have the insurance here, health insurance, and it covers you. We got in pesos $1 million in pesos, which is like $20,000. The surgery I had that saved my life, right? 'Cause I was on the verge of getting out of here. That cost about 10 grand. Now, just imagine, just to take out your gallbladder in America, I don't know how much that is. I'm quite sure it's about $80,000 or more, right? So, and I stayed in the hospital. That includes the hospital for like almost 3 weeks. And my insurance paid that. I didn't have to pay out of any problem out of my pocket. But for 4 people, we paid damn, how much money is that? 1,500, no, 15,000. Oh shit, 15,600 pesos, which is about $350 a month. That's for 4 people now. If you got just you, you're gonna pay, depending on how much coverage you got, you're gonna pay somewhere between, if you want the $1 million coverage, maybe $100 a month, and that's worth it because you know the doctors here and the surgeon here are so goddamn cheap, man. It's just ridiculous. You almost felt bad about it, but living here in the Dominican Republic it's a bargain, man, for what you get. So the restaurants out here are very, very, very good. And once you and Sister Kathy get here, we're going to our favorite restaurant. And when I tell you, dude, man, you ain't gonna want to leave. You're gonna want to move in, man. That the juice called the chinola juice. Once y'all lips hit that, it's over for you, man. It's over. You're like, nah, that's okay. We'll stay here. And then the habituela, which is it's like a soup with crackers in it. But man, once you taste that, everything is here fresh. Let me put that on the table. And everything after that, if you do it right and you have all your shit together, you're not gonna have any problem here. None at all. But I throw it back. I just wanted to put that on the table. But Marie, you there? I'm throwing it back at you.
You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm here talking to you and not realizing I was on mute. Do you need a passport to come to the DR?
Oh yeah, of course. But the one thing I like is once you are here, I don't know, for like maybe 2 years and you're retired, you can get your citizenship if you want it, or your residency status. And I got that with people here. You don't have to go back to America to go to the U.S. embassy to get this paper and get that paper and come back. I already got the lawyers in place, and they helped me to get my passport and citizenship here. Like I said, I'm married and got 2 kids. So, but if you just want to get your residency, you can do that without getting your passport. And if you want to be become a Dominican, you can do that. Yeah. People do that all the time here.
And how much does that cost?
I pay maybe for the citizenship. For the residency, maybe like 1,500. For the citizenship, it's probably like another 1,000. I'm just thinking in terms of peso. So I'm looking. Yeah, it'll be about maybe $2,500 altogether. But if you were to do it the old system way, you got to go to the nearest U.S. embassy, like in Florida. You don't have to go to your home state and go to that U.S. I'm sorry, yeah. Wait a minute, yeah, the U.S. embassy and do all of that. But they got a U.S. embassy here, but you can't go there to do it. They used to do that, but now that doesn't change. So, but it really just depends on how you want to flow and and all of that. So, might not even want to have a residency, just be living here. That's cool.
And how much is it to buy a house in the DR?
Well, like I said, there's different price points. If you want to really, really, really save, you can be in the poor area. Well, I'm just being honest. It's not the most desirable of places, obviously. But if you like middle, in the hood, I was in my lawyer's office, right? It's kind of funny. A white guy was there, and we were going through the COVID thing, and he asked me, "Hey, Isaiah," after introducing each other, they said, "Isaiah, you live in the hood?" I said, "You motherfucker!" I wanted to cut his ass out. White boy, the older guy, like, nigga, what in the hood? So I just accepted that and just didn't say shit. But it just really depends on how you want to flow. Like I said, you can buy a 5,000 square foot lot with nothing on it. Spend another 60,000 to build your house how you want it built. You know what I mean? So it just really depends. If you want to buy a home, a condo, like I said to Sister Cassie, that condo was like $80,000. I think it was 2 bedroom, 2 bath, something like that, whatever it was. I don't recall it. But there are different price points, and like I said, you guys can always. You're my attorney. I trust him. I got a lawsuit against the doctor here that's fucking me up. Then I had to go to Santo Domingo to get it all corrected. But it's just how you want to flow. So.
And I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked Sister Cassie about Africa. Can the common everyday Black person move to the DR and have a better quality of life than they have in America?
That depends. For me, it's a better quality of life because when I first got here, I was paying, if I had never gotten married, had kids, right? I was paying like $180, $70, $180 a month. 2 bedroom, just by myself, 1 bathroom, like 1,200 square feet. That same one I'm finding out cost $220 to this very day. And that was like 20 years ago when I first got here, so it didn't go up that much. But it really depends on how you want to flow and what you want to do and how long you think you're going to stay. There was a brother, or there is a brother on YouTube talking about it was the best decision that he ever made to come here and live. And he bought a really, really nice house. And the land comes with the house. So, and then you don't pay no taxes on it. You feel me? But the land taxes, you understand? But outside of that, I can't. This is me. This is my home. This is my home country. Even though I might have family, but I can go travel back to America and stay, but I'm not living there. I can go anywhere, or we can go. And let me take that back. We can go anywhere in the world we want to go. But my heart and soul is right here, man. You know what I mean? This is my promised land, and I love it.
You came over there already financially secure, or you
yeah. I mean, right. When I got here, I worked from 21 to 32 years. I worked at the post office. And then, unfortunately, but maybe fortunately, I got hurt on the job and they paid me out. They told me, I said, you want to take? Hell no. I'm give me my motherfucking money and my goddamn monthly, benefits or whatever that I accrue. And I get paid every month for the last 22 years, somewhere around 21, 22 years. Without a problem, but they gave me my bag. Said I'm up, man. I said you can't beat that. So I have no problem.
Right. So your situation, you was already financially secure with what you had in America, and you used that to move away.
Yeah. I would, because it was just me. It ain't like I got 3 kids, and you feel me. So it's really, really easy to make that decision. And then before I even made that permanent decision, it took me about maybe 3 or 4 trips before I decided, like, man, this is it. Because remember, I was telling you when I got off the plane, it's like the country, like the mother was saying, "Welcome home, son." I kid you the fuck not. The music that's being played, I'm gonna say it. The women. Right, dude, man, I swear to God. Outside of that, it was the food, the culture, the language, the women, the music. It's just everything, man. It's like it spoke to my soul, not just like welcome home, son. Wow. I felt that, and you guys are gonna feel that because as soon as you hear the music being played, that bachata or that I don't, yeah, because sometimes they'll play that Mexican ass motherfucking music. They get on my goddamn nerve. You know that Mexican music without no goddamn rhythm. But when you play that the bachata, oh man, that's like you can feel the rhythm playing that delicate chord in your heart and soul. That did it for me. All of that, and then coming off the plane, and and the first time I ever really tried the chinola. That's that fourth time I got here. That was it, man. I stayed. I stayed for about a year and a half. Then I went back home, and then my mother. I need to see my mother at that point, and then and then family members and all that. They were like, "Man, I said you gonna stay there, man?" Yep, I'm gonna stay there, but I'll be back every now and then. But man, yeah, I have no problems here. Never had anybody rob me or anything. They know how I flow, and they consider me to be part of the Dominican family. So I never even told my family was from here. You feel me? But that don't matter. They know I'm black and I'm looking like them, and they have some crackery going on. You know what I mean? So, but for the most part, I never had a problem. I've been here 22 years. I never had a problem. I came here, like I said, I came here permanently when I was 34, something like that. 32, 30, yeah, 33. I don't know, but it's been a while. I'll be 52 this year. So you take out, yeah, I think it was 32. I was 32. But prior before then, I was coming here, and that was it. So consistently, I've been here since I was 30, late 31, early 32, somewhere around there. So, and then the police are here. They own their shit. Like I said, if the delinquents that like killing folks and shit, your days are fucking numbered, nigga. You gonna get a death warrant signed on your ass, and they gonna come out and just shoot you. Have your funeral and your crime and your family, cause you don't raise a bad motherfucker. They just come out and shoot you. I kid you. I am not lying to you. You can look this shit up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna look it up and I'm gonna send it to you. You're gonna see the police just come out and just shoot, pop, pop, pop.
So they just like America. The police?
No, not. These are people. These are young. I don't want to say young. These are like delinquents that have killed or robbed consistently, and they don't play that shit here. You rob and you rob and you rob and you hurt somebody. It's like they didn't ask you for that shit. They get either a death warrant for your ass, and they come out and they find you and they kill you. Especially if you kill somebody. Now, if it's out of self-defense, that's a whole nother thing. But, if you're doing it just to kill, man, your days are numbered. Your days are numbered, and that's a good thing, cause we ain't wait. The economy here is like $90 billion. It ain't, or $100 billion. It ain't much. It ain't like America. You feel me? But yeah, the police will come out. They will beat your ass. I'm just being honest.
Okay.
And I said,
what about the gangs and the drugs?
Oh, they got gangs here. They got Crip.
Wow.
Blood. I kid you not. They look. I look. No. Wait a minute. I had some friend that came through, right? And I was going to how he coming to mind and doing all that shit. He had another friend with him, and we were going back to his house, and I made the comment like, I know what they're gonna do because we did this shit 30 years ago. You feel me? It's like they copy what we do in America.
So can I come and walk through your neighborhood by myself if I didn't know anybody?
Yeah. I never had a problem. Now, they might look at me because my diction might not be like that, like a true Dominican, or my accent might not be like a true Dominican. But excuse me, that didn't stop them to see for what I am as a Black American, because they know that. You know, I can't hide that when I speak Spanish and stuff like that. I don't speak with their accent, right? But over time, you know, either you learn that or you just speak correct Spanish. It would have come to that, and then I never had a problem with. Like I said, when I go to my gym, I'm gonna send you the picture of my gym. That is a brand new one. I walk right through the pool area. You feel me? I never had a problem. And these are the nicest people you ever run into. Yeah, I kid you not. It might be. It's not a gang. It's not a crime-ridden area. It's just poor, and people are living in 10 houses with 10 roofs, but they're doing what they can do with the circumstances that the economy has for them. Because there is no food stamps here. There is no government assistance.
Oh,
You feel
wow.
me? No, you don't. You don't. See, this is the reason why if you're coming from another area, another country, another whatever, the minimum that you gotta have to live here is like $1,500 a month. That's it. Now, depending on how you want to get down, where you want to live, that depends. You can get an apartment for $100 a month, but it ain't looking like that. You know, you feel me? And it's in a rundown kind of area. But that's how you want to start out, and then you save your money from like that. Then you can do that. But like I said, Medjet assist. If you're gonna come here, make sure you get that, and then or you can come here and after a while, after a month or so, you know, you can get your own private hospital insurance or medical insurance here, which is a little bit of nothing. If you got a car, full coverage is only $150 a year. So there's a lot of benefits, man. We got a nice home, swimming pool, 2 stories, but we're looking to build a 4 story because the most you can really do is 4 story. You can go one down and three up. So yeah, I can't complain about nothing. Yeah, I didn't even complain about nothing in Chicago when I was there. But like I said, I never regretted not staying in Chicago. So yeah, I speak Spanish, Quinn. Yeah.
So dark-skinned people are not safe in the DR?
Huh?
Dark-skinned people are not safe in the DR?
Hey, look at me. Dude, I'm more black than a motherfucker.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I have a lot of students from there, and some are dark, and they're saying that Dominic is, color. It's a lot of colorism that goes on as far as the darker Dominic.
But you get that in America too. You get that in America.
I'm just trying to show them. I want you to visit. You know what I'm saying? Just visit, you guys. Nothing, just visit, because you hear a lot of stuff. Just like Phil Scott. What's her name? Dimitri. Just talking about that as far as when her and her daughter was in Dominic, how they were profiled, and they told them to keep their passports because they thought they were Haitians. So just be careful. And it's just I know you live there, but I'm just telling you, it's a lot of dark.
Like you just said, I would tell people to come here and visit.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you come to Puerto Plata, make sure you get in contact with me because I can show you all ins and outs. And then I wouldn't mind taking you to Santo Domingo, which is like 4 hours away. Ain't no problem. And then Santiago, which is like 2 hours away, just for you to get the breadth and the depth of the Dominican Republic. But I can tell you there's a tourist area north, like 8 hours, Punta Cana. It's beautiful there. And then they got another one that's north. We're west. That'll be east. And that's like 10 hours away. I can't remember the name of it, but it's beautiful there too. But it just depends. Make sure you got enough money, man, because the government ain't gonna help you. You can forget all about that bullshit. But I wanted to answer the question that Queen had. She said that or asked, how do natives feel about interracial relationships? And a lot of passport brothers over there, yeah, they got them. And then interracial, one of the things. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell you this story. I went to La Serena, which is like going to Walmart, one of those big, stores with everything with the food behind the counter, glass and all that. It's really nice. And you guys seen that? I sent you the video. And the thing is that I was in there and a group of white girls were there like, what the fuck is that? Because you don't see too many. Man, look, they were trying to give me that look. I'm like, Lord, I love that chocolate. I said, no, not this one, baby. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, that was funny. But yeah, so interracial relationship, brothers just trying to get their money on. And they will latch on to a white girl who think that they can help or do this, that. It's just a game that they play. But outside of that, I don't know, Sister Maya, where is a good place with farmers? They got them here, but 9 times out of 10, the government is running it or something like that, or they might have farmers and stuff like that. I don't know if you can have your own farm. You can have your. They call it oh shit. You can have your own finca. It's like like your own private farm like thing going on. That you can have your own horses and all of that and cows. But yeah, it's the country is nice too. Her mother and everybody live out there in the country. I had a nice time. Just a hell of a ride out there, like 3 hour ride. But yeah, I never had no problem with nobody trying to rob me or nothing. You make good friends over time, and just be you, and don't be trying to be something that you ain't. That's true for everywhere you go in America. They can determine if you are really a good person, and you just you. Not no bullshit, not no game being played, and that's where your credibility comes in at. So, but yeah, I'll throw it back at you.
Thank you, Brother Isaiah. Peace and blessings, Sister Maya. Good to see you here, Queen. We're glad you made it. And Brother Isaiah, she has one question for you. Where do you call country? What area is that?
Yeah, what Sister Maya asked, where do you call country? That's like way out where her family lives, with no big tall buildings and all of that, and you be hard pressed if you get a heart attack, because it takes probably a half an hour for the ambulance to come. And the ambulance 911 just started some 3 or 4 years ago or so.
What? Y'all just getting on? What the hell is that?
Well, minimally 3 years ago, maximally about 6 years ago, because we did not see it. It definitely wasn't here 20 years ago. I can tell you that.
Wow. Good Lord.
Yeah, if you have a heart attack, you're out there in the country, you might well just
throw
hands in that box.
Mr. Cassie, do the countries you are in, they have 911 system?
Oh Lord, I'm trying to think. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see any. I don't think. I don't know. I don't think so though. But I know if you went to the hospital, you better have some cash. And they do a lot of homeschooling. Queen, they do in Africa. They do a lot of homeschooling. They do a lot of like online school, a lot. So yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, let's check this brother out in Thailand and let's see what he's talking about.
All that shit that we was sold in America, you gotta get your credit score up, bro. You gotta get your credit score. Ain't no such thing as credit score down here. Ain't no such thing as three times the rent down here. Ain't no such thing as let me see your job. What your job paying down here? Ain't no such thing as, you know what I'm saying? Hey, bro, you need a car down here. You don't need no car. Ain't no such thing as like all this shit, like rent $2,000-$3,000 just to stay in a motherfucking box. And nigga, I stay $700 USD. You know what I'm saying? My electricity is like $20. Nigga, my Wi-Fi like $10. My Netflix is $8. My Prime is $6. May I go on? You know what I'm saying? This is how living an American dream is supposed to be. It's outside of America. America, we got a lot of opportunities, but it's like, nigga, you make 10,000, but your bill's 9,500. So who really winning? You know what I'm saying? We supposed to be able to enjoy our lives, enjoy the fruits of our labor. A lot of people ain't enjoying the fruits of their labor. A lot of motherfuckers is working every single day, getting up, chasing them.
All right then. Now that again, that brother is out in Thailand. I know Emil said something about Thailand. Emil, I know you said something about Thailand. If you still in the audience, repeat what you said. But what is their race relations? That's something that you got to think about.
Yeah, exactly.
People, you know, you get on a plane, you'll go to Africa, you go to Saudi Arabia, you go to all these other goddamn countries you want to go, and the people don't even like you. And you know, with the woman who went to Dubai, had an argument with a damn dirty ass Arab and get sent to jail because she raised her goddamn voice. So you can't just
have to know their culture.
You got to. You got to. Because you cruising for a bruising. Trust and believe you cruising for a bruising. And them people over there, you don't know whether they like you, don't like you, what.
They got aspects. I mean, what you call them, aspect. You know, they got an area for Americans, you know, aspect. I think that's what they call them. You can also do remote work, you guys, if this is something you really want to do. I worked when I was in Africa. I did 5:30 in the afternoon to 1, and I traveled and did what I wanted to do during the day. So you can work remote, just depending on your jobs. You can go remote. You have the digital nomads where you can still work, and they have visas for the digital nomads also. So it's just depending on you.
Oh, let me tell you this, Brother Marie. If you've been in the military and you're a veteran, they take care of your black ass here in the Dominican Republic. They got a med vet with all the services that you need to accommodate you and making sure that you're okay. Point blank. But you gotta realize too that the Dominican Republic is the playground of America. America owns this bitch, not directly but indirectly. You feel me? So it's been one. If you're a veteran, you got it made here. No doubt.
Wow, I didn't know. So America has a say in y'all politics.
I would say so because what happened? There was something that happened with some country. Was that no? It was Russia and the Ukraine. And no, we have our military here, what they consider a military, right? And so the joke was they said that they had some pigeons or something flying in the air, and they said look at the Dominican Republic airport. No man, predator. So it would take about a half of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a second for America to beat the shit out of the Dominican Republic. It's like we're like the big brother protecting a little brother that's 5 years old. No, man. And then what was so funny that the president here was talking all that shit. Well, we got Ukraine back. We don't believe it. Well, they deserve that. Yeah, everybody told that motherfucker to shut the fuck up because we don't want Russia nuclear bomb coming over here. We talking all that shit about what you gonna do. You ain't gonna do shit, bitch. But shut the fuck up. That's what everybody was saying on his Twitter. Like, shut the fuck up. And the thing about it too, the ex-president before him and the president before him, I got them as my Facebook friends.
What?
You can't do that with the United States, the president of the United States. Man, look, I can go up and walk. I can go and walk up to the governor, to the senators, and just talk to them, man. I see them all the time in the grocery store. I
Oh,
kid you not. I kid you not. I kid you not. That's why it's so smooth here. You know, it's like just go with the flow. You know.
Lord have mercy. Lord.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I tell you what, I think that
Well, I told y'all you ain't got to come up out your pocket for the first couple of days that you want to stay a week. It'll be on us. And the airline ticket, and make sure your black asses be there. Cause y'all got to be there 2 hours before you leave now. You just can't wait for the last minute. I hope you know that. So y'all be here. Y'all be cool and comfortable. You go into the pool, do all that shit. Go out. We're going to have a nice time, man. You know, no, it's real cool here. Ain't nobody, you know.
now when I get over there to the DR, if I come up missing, y'all know where the because he had me set up when I got over there.
They may send you back to Haiti. They'll send you to Haiti. You better have your American passport.
Y'all good to go. Y'all good to go. Y'all good to go. Just make sure. No, but be seriously. See, I got shit coming in my eye. Seriously, make sure you get that insurance, MedJet Assist. Hold on. Let me put that in the
What
chat.
kind of insurance is that? For what?
Yeah, MedJet Assist.com. I think it's .com. Oh, MedJet Assist. Hold on. MedJet Assist.com. Yeah, because it didn't come up. Oh shit. But it's MEDJET.com. I'm sorry, MEDJET assist.com. So make sure you get that because I remember reading about a black couple. They went down there to Mexico and they didn't have no coverage, and something happened to the husband, and they came up out their pocket with $80,000. So that was in Mexico, but you know, just make sure you use your head, man. Just make sure you email no problem. Just make sure you cover your ass, man, because it's better to be covered than not be covered because shit happens. You know, but if shit happens, you cover, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You feel me? So you know, but y'all be all right. Just don't be staying over a week. You get used to the food and shit, and a shinola.
You don't stay over.
It don't matter. Y'all can stay as long as you want, man.
You ain't gonna have no air if you go to Isaiah's house.
It'll be fun, man. Y'all gonna have a nice time
at night.
Uh-huh.
I said, you go to Isaiah's house, y'all gonna be hot. He ain't got no air.
Oh yeah. Well, we got air. We just look. We just do what we do. Take a shower, get out halfway, dress yourself off, and stand in front of the stand in front of the fan. You be cool. You be all right.
Oh my God!
You be all right.
Get in the shower and get out and get that some more air.
Nah, cause you know how we are. I watch every penny. I watch every penny that come out my pocket. Ooh, my mother said, "Boy, you gonna hold $1 till the eagle holler on that motherfucker." Like, God damn, let go. That eagle wanna fly, motherfucker. I'm like, God damn, you worse than me. I got that from mine. You know,
What we gonna eat
My
when we
mother
get to
died,
the
so I
house?
ain't gonna be lying on her. So ooh, now she was pinching pennies. I'm pinching half of a penny. You know?
She taught you well, huh, Isaiah?
Yeah, I just don't. It's just my habit. I don't live above my means, and I don't live below my means. I live comfortably,
Okay.
where I can go and buy what I want to buy when I want to buy, and go where the fuck we want to go.
Just ain't got no
Out
air.
within the country. Oh, and then the hotels here are really nice too. We've been to a lot of those,
How
like
much a
resorts.
hotel? How much
Yeah,
a
like the
hotel?
resorts. Yeah, it's worth it.
How much are
The one in Costamba called Lifestyle Resort. Look that up in Costamba. We went there. All you can eat, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's not that expensive. Not at all. We stayed there for a week. Matter of fact, it was uh, the honeymoon that we. So everybody in the fucking family went. I'm like, God damn, what the? Yeah.
You were having to sit there to pay all them people for all them people to stay.
Yeah, but we had fun. But like, God damn, I wish y'all got to get up out our pocket because it's not in my pocket no more. It's our pocket. I wanted to say my pocket. Like, God damn, I'm glad the food was free. I've been in trouble.
Isaiah, you funny.
Yeah.
Boy,
But I'm telling you, it is beautiful. It is absolutely, positively beautiful here. You got a lot of things for kids. You can rent a clown or two clowns. They can have your own private fireworks display. So once we get the new house built and everything, man, look, look. That's all I got to tell you. It's gonna be. We're taking our time and build it. Make sure we get all the trimmings that we want, man. It's gonna be a hell of a show, man. I don't mind spending that because that's gonna last for. I hope they don't fuck it up, but it'll last for generations.
Have you
I
started
hope.
building your house?
Huh?
Have you started building your house yet? Have you started building your house yet?
That's real easy to do that here. It only takes 24 hours to get your business up and running with the papers and everything.
So you have to pay for the whole house. You have to pay for it all, and you do it in pieces or payments, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's not that expensive. They have in Santo Domingo. They have a place where you can have your virtual office, and if I'm not mistaken, it costs maybe uh, $300 to $500 to open up your business on paper. That is, and then whatever you want to do, you find a place that is in a good area. Whatever you want to do, if you want to open up your own chicken and waffle place. That matter of fact, they got a chicken and waffle place. Now I seen that. I'm like, well, damn. So we got to check that out too. And the other thing I got, my sister was here for about a year, and she went back a couple of months ago. No, not a couple of months. It's been about 6 months now. She went back to Chicago, but she loved it here. But she had to go back, and because somebody in her family. This is like my sister that my mother raised. You know what I mean? The girl that my mother raised. But anyway, something happened in her family and she had to go back. And I was like, hopefully she'll be back. But I can't beat here. It's beautiful here, man. It's beautiful. Oh, and then in the mountains, you can go up there if you want to see snow again. You can go up there and see snow, and be freezing, and then when you come down, you'll be 88 degrees. I'm thinking as I go, but you can't beat that. There's a nice resort up there too, in the snowy part of the mountain, and just drive right on up there. You be back home if you felt it's like you're missing the snow. Yeah. I don't, but I wake up to 80-degree weather all the time, except for at night. Get down to maybe 72, 68. It really depends, especially during the winter. So, but yeah, I wouldn't trade my decision for nothing.
Awesome. All right. We are well over time. We did 3 hours and 48 minutes going.
Wow. Wow.
Excellent program. I want to take this time to welcome Old Reliable to the program. Peace and blessings.
Golden. Gold. Welcome.
Yeah, Golden Gold. Welcome to the program. We are glad and blessed that y'all are with us. Thank you. Even though we're about to end the program, but you can always go back and replay it and rewatch. It is a very, very good program. And we're going to go ahead to closing comments. And in your closing comments, you can talk about what makes you believe that either Africa, the continent, or the Dominican Republic is the sanctuary for Black people. Sister Cassie?
All righty. Well, for me, you already know, it'll be Africa for me. And I do believe, and someone asked about retirement. If you have a retirement, if you're working digital nomad, if you keep your bank account here, you do keep your benefits. If you have Social Security. One of my girlfriend is debating because her Social Security is low, and you have a certain amount that you can make if you want to move overseas. You making that $1,200, $1,500, just depending. You can live, you can live very well. I'm planning on selling, some stuff. My car, I'll give it to my granddaughter, but my bike I have, but my thing for me is going to be Africa because I've gone there. I know, I was there and going to go back and visit different places on the continent. And yes, you can take your Social Security, your retirement, and you can have it coming in your bank account here. You'll have a card, of course, a debit card there. But I would have two accounts. I wouldn't, use my debit card to my main account. You have, so you'll be able to transfer whatever monies you're going to need for that day, just that day, into that one account. And you can, or you can go to the bank and you can get what you're going to need. And they'll conversion it for you. But I know there's a website called WISE.com that'll convert that money in any place that you're at. They'll convert it for you, but there is a fee of like $350 or something. But yeah, opportunity galore. Airbnb, travel. You can do travel. You can create a travel website, which is something that I'm doing now because I'm going to do it here and I'm going to do it there too. Also, just have just a little extra money. If you have $10 or $12, $15,000, and you are also have investments like I do the jar, I do the dung, I have other monies, to invest, other investments also. So just make sure that you are setting yourself up for success, so you won't, fail at what you're doing. But like I said, when I went there, you can create like a little mom and pop shop. You can do waffles and just depending on where you go, you can do a waffle and chicken business. It's not that much. You have a small space. Probably in Africa, it's probably $200, $300 to rent a small space and have your own business. You just want to make sure who your clientele is. Make sure you're in the area of where you're going to make your money. If you out there in the, the west side, which is by the mall, you could do very well. But if you're going into the native areas, then just know that you won't be able to charge as much as what you would be able to charge in the West End. Okay. So just go and visit and never take anybody's word for it. Just go. If it's the place you want to go, I've gone to Panama. It wasn't bad. I just don't want to do Spanish people. That's me. That's personal. I went to Costa Rica. I've gone to Hawaii. I've gone all over America. I just have chosen that Africa for me is the place of the milk and honey for me. And that is where I am going to create generational wealth for my daughters. They already have, because I have a friend that is doing the land there in Kenya. So just go and visit and stop taking America's word for anything. Just go, because they'll tell you this place is dangerous, but they never tell you about America, how dangerous America is. Never tell you that, hey, this school is possibly going to get shot up today. Don't tell you about Walmart being shot up. Don't tell you about the the banks being shot up. Don't tell you about the daycare centers that they shot up, that they actually blew up. McVeigh, okay, remember the McVeigh and his dad blew the daycare, the federal business buildings, nursery up. So come on, what's dangerous? What's danger to you? People say, hey, be careful when you go overseas. I said, no, you be careful, you in America. I'm just saying. I've not visited other places. So just go and have fun and just keep your mind open. I don't expect nothing. I keep my mind open because it's all about healing. And any place to me is better than America. And I rest with that.
With Isaiah?
Yeah. Sister Kathy brought up the debit cards and credit cards like that. Look, I'm just suggesting, but I've been with Fidelity forever. I could not trust nobody else with my money. When I was in America, as a side note, I took my grandmother out and we went to Red Lobster because I know that's where it happened, and I gave my card to uh, to pay for the food and all of that. And next thing I know, I'm like, God, $2,000.
That's why you
No,
have to
no, wait, hold on, baby, hold on. So I like $2,000 out of my account. What the fuck happened? Yeah, that food didn't cost no $2,000.
You almost had a heart attack, didn't you?
Yeah. Now you know. Well, a motherfucker like me hold on to $1. Now, I was hot in a motherfucker, right? But I called Fidelity, and the person who charged up in Home Depot $2,000 because they copied my card and made another card. I can't be in two places at once. They gave me my money back without a fuss. I stay loyal to them motherfuckers. They watching my money better than I watch my money. Y'all watch my money now. Y'all hear? So what I'm trying to say is that here with they got I got the credit card. It's like with Fidelity. And then you get your debit card that you want to use the ATM here or anywhere in the world. They charge you to take the money out. Now I've been here 22 years using the ATM. Do you know how much money I done saved? Over $6,000. They get every time that I use my debit card, cash management card. What the ATM charges for me to get the money out, because it doesn't work with all of the ATMs, only work with one. They gave me my money back, or like not just for me, but for anybody that got that. You know what I mean? So I want to make that clear. Not just me. It's just for anybody that got that card. Then you use it. So I would suggest that just to save you a little bit more money, a little less headache, get Fidelity brokerage account, and it's worth it. And get that cash management account, because you can't beat that. Every time you want to get some money out, you ain't got to be paying $6, $6. That shit adds up. Now, as far as going where you want to go and move where you want to move, I can't say come to the Dominican Republic. It might not be for you. Or Sister Kathy can say, go to Africa. It might not be for you. You got to find a place that speaks to your heart and soul. Now, for Africa, and I would love to live, visit Africa. One place I want to go is Egypt, and the other place I want to go is Ethiopia. But it's just not. Those are not my people. They don't speak to my soul the way that I felt it when I got off the plane here in the Dominican Republic. That's not no slight against nobody else. Those people are not my people. They look like me, but they're not my people. You feel me? But you gotta do your research. You gotta, find out. You gotta get in where you fit in, and do you. Don't worry about what somebody thinks and what somebody say. Cause a lot of my friends are like, man, you going out of the country? Ooh, wow, you ain't gonna make it. Like, nigga, how the fuck you gonna tell me I ain't gonna make it? I'm making it all. Yeah, ain't that a bitch?
Dumb. You damn the cops killing everybody. You talking about
Yeah.
going, you dangerous. Get out of here and shut up. You
Yeah.
riding in the damn
But
car.
you know what, Sister Cat, I didn't say shit. I just went on about my business and didn't pay them no mind. And I've been at peace right here in the Dominican, at peace, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically at peace. And I'm gonna send you guys my new gym. Total. I'm sorry. I'm trying to speak Spanish. All of it, all of the machines in there are brand spanking new. Now they got, and it's small. You know what I mean? And it's not that far from where we live at. And the old one that I went to, it's a nice gym, but just old ass equipment. So you know, this brother done started his own gym, and nobody ain't going to the old gym. It's right across the street from each other. So everybody's abandoning the old gym where I used to go to and go to the new one. And why not? You know, you got the brand new machines and everybody's nice. And you got the professional trainers there. You know, look, for me, come to the Dominican Republic, stay at Lifestyle Resort, which is about maybe 15-minute drive from my home. And once you're here, you know, I will show you, or we will show you, that you can tolerate my kids. We will show you a very, very nice time. And there ain't no white folks. You know, every day you see niggas. Like, God damn, this is for me. Yeah. You got museums, you got water park, you got Ocean World, where you can go there and if you like to gamble, you like to dance, if you like good food and wine, if you got kids, they can go to the swim with what they call those things, dolphin, swim with the dolphin and all. Nice. You can go up to the teller something. I forgot the name of it. Shit. Where they got the big things that takes you from the bottom to the top of the mountain, and then you can go walk around in there and do all that and see the whole island down there. It's beautiful up there. It's just amazing. Sometimes, or a lot of times, you find a lot of people ain't even been there. I'm like, God damn, nigga, you been in this motherfucking city. You ain't never been. Oh, well, but you know that's me. But yeah, I would advise that people, if you travel anywhere outside of the United States or 100 miles away from your home, get med jet assist. It's worth it. Because if something happened, and God forbid, but if something happened, they would send a private medical jet to wherever you are in the world and fly you back to your favorite hospital in your hometown. That's the beautiful part about that. And I'll throw it back at you.
All right. Thank you, big bro. And again, I would like to thank all of our audience members that came out to join us today. It's always good to see Queen. I know who I am. Big brother, old reliable. Everybody, it's always good to see you all out, to come out and enjoy with us. And y'all stayed with us for 4 hours. 4 hours on a very important topic.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it.
No, it did not at all. It did not. And you know, after listening to everything that was said tonight, and I always target in on the least of these of our people, because they are the ones who need the help the most. I don't see a viable way to pick up from America and for them to go to Africa or even the DR unestablished. You have to be established in order to make something like that work. You have to be established. And right now, our people on that level are not established. So as I said earlier, yeah, it will be, I could go to Africa and survive, even though I would probably kill somebody over there for that foolishness that I ain't got the temperament to put up with. I just don't. I'm just keeping it 100. I ain't got the temperament for that. The DR sounds good and everything, but I think there's a little racism problem over there. They got a color problem. And, you know, that may keep its head up. And then I had to cut somebody's head off over there. So, you know, I think at the end of the day, our thing is we must establish ourselves. Queen, I know who I am, said, is there a utopia for us anywhere? And we have to make that a utopia right where we are. It will be difficult. It will be fighting. It will be killing. Sometimes you got to bust somebody goddamn head wide open in order to establish peace. It's just that simple. You have to get that done. For our people that are able to get up and go, make those relationships where you can. And make sure you push a Black First meeting, a Black First agenda. And as Sister Cassie said about the Pan-African Parliament that we talked about in the beginning of the program, where they have a nice building, they have a place where people get together and meet, but they produce not a damn thing. And so we have to go with the mindset of conquering. We have to go with the mindset of taking over, because we have to establish peace. In order to establish peace, you're going to have to kick some ass. So we know 100% we're going to have to whoop some ass in order to teach what's right. It's just that simple. There's a lot of things as expectations that I have for us. And I believe we'll have friendship in all parts of the globe. Do I say us pick up and go to Thailand? Hell no, you don't know them damn people over in Thailand, and they don't know, probably 99% of them don't even like you. So you go there and go get your ass, live in an apartment for $700 a month. To hell with that. That's just not going to work. That's just not going to work. That's not the way we do. That's not how we move. But trust and believe, even though things look difficult in America, things look unsettling in America, but you are God's chosen people and you will be okay. Trust and believe that you will be okay. Regardless of whether you're in the DR, regardless whether you're in some part of the continent of Africa, you will be okay. You're right here in America, you will be okay. The enemies of God will not be okay. No, they will not be okay. But you, I promise you will be okay. If you live in an area where you're surrounded by white folks, you live around all white folks, get out of there. Get out of there. Because when God's justice strikes, you don't want to be nowhere around to get that ass whooping. Get out of there. That's what you do. Find up and move away. That is the reality of it. So again, I thank my co-hosts for being with their brother this long and bringing such great information that everybody enjoyed, and we got to laugh and have a good time and still get information out. This again, as every Sunday, it's always done in nothing but 100% pure love. Pure love. And so we love to be able to demonstrate that love to you and give you the best of what we have to offer. And so, as we always say,
wait, hold on. Let me say this. I just read a while, I think like 2 days ago, where the government of the United States is allowing sewage to be placed into our water system. Ain't that a bit? No joke, man. No joke. So yeah, it's time to get up and move out and do you. But yeah, as we always say, you kill a nigga and you and I kill a nigga and me. And our God will reign supreme. We are Black first. God damn it, we are Black first. Today, tomorrow, and forever. Love your family. And always remember, for the next 24/7, 365, stay black and fuck all white.
Peace, blessings. Assalamu alaikum. Love y'all.
So you better get the message and get it straight. You're gonna need some bridge work. It's simple as that. Because we're living in judgment. We're living in implementation.